Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
I was getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbal clubbing. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Really not true.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to everybody. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Need someone with more experience, yeah. Need my audio to work right. That's what I need. A little louder there, a little quieter here. Big welcome to Miss Violet, first in the chat this morning. Congratulations, Miss Violet. I think you've won before. It's been a bit. But you being first in chat means you're anxious to be here.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
We've got a lot of excitement for the day, a little bit of exuberance showing through, and because of that, we have to punish you and sentence you to internet ownership. You're responsible for maintaining everything IP-related worldwide. As I try to fight to get my chair in position, but you can handle it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, the most common question I've seen this morning has been blowing up the burner phone as well, and it was, "How's the lobster? How is the lobster?" I have things to say. I have things to say about. Should I save it for the podcast? But let's see. There's some news about lobster. Yeah. There. Okay. I hesitate. Oh, I just about lost my water. I hesitate to share everything because, full disclosure, the previous time that I went to Red Lobster, they shut down the next day, like nationwide, like all the stores, bankrupt. I didn't think I had eaten that much shrimp. I didn't realize it affected the bottom line so directly. But I was that was my past experience with Red Lobster. In the past 6 years, I went one time, did not have lobster that time, and they shut down the next day. So I felt a little bit of trepidation in my soul going there over this weekend. And I will tell you, okay, I'll give you the full spiel. I realize we're here for court. We're going to go to court in just a minute. We're going to catch up. Court is not being held today, so it's like a holiday today. I did go, Josh. Don't tell you what. Let's do the birthday stuff first, and then I will tell you my experience, the full experience at Red Lobster. All right, let's do that. I did go. Here we go. Thank you, Josh. Coming in hot with the birthday song right there. We're going to start the day off by singing to Betty, Sandy, Reilly, Deanne, Jada, and Io. Io Kitten. Okay, commas. Okay, Jada, Io, comma, Kitten, and Hector's mom. Okay, so I believe Io and Kitten are separate. Is that correct? Okay, so let's do this. This is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kitten, congratulations. Or is Io a kitten? Io is a kitten. Okay, Miss Violet, thank you very much. So Io kitten turns 9. It's all 1. A 9-year-old kitten. That's. I think you're approaching the maximum point where you can still call it a kitten at 9. I'm just saying. I'm not a cat. All right, here we go. We're going to sing the birthday thing. Here's how it goes. Everyone, please stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Oh, that was a great one. That was good. All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Betty, Sandy, Reilly, Deanne, Jada, Io, and Hector's mom. Happy birthday to you. Hector's mom, sorry, I got tripped up on the Io, and I almost wanted to say kitten. Betty, Sandy, Reilly, Deanne, Jada, Io, and Hector's mom. Happy birthday. I realize there are a lot of special days throughout the year, but this is your special day. There are a million places you could have been, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you've chosen to be here with us celebrating. The privilege, the pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that to you and make your day a little more special. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Village Inn. We already went to Village Inn. You'll only go there once. At Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. That list is getting long. Betty, Sandy, Reilly, Deanne, Jada, Io, and Hector's mom, all celebrating their birthday on this beautiful February 17th or thereabouts. Possibly a couple of you over the weekend. That's all right. That's all right. I see the dancers are doing high kicks now, and it's looking good. Looking good. How can you be 9-year-old kitten? At what point do they just become a full-fledged cat? Or maybe, do cats have, like, different years, like dog years and kitten years? Is like 1 month a year to a cat? I'm not sure. I have questions, and you have questions about lobster, apparently. It's just a baby. It's just a baby. Okay, here comes drum solo. Ready? All right. Everyone grab your air drum stick, sit down to your air drum set. And we're going to do a big drum finish for a happy birthday song. Beautiful. Beautiful. Happy birthday to everybody. All right. Hope you have a wonderful day today to everyone who's celebrating. Now, I have to tell you a little bit about my trip to Red Lobster. Where to begin? First of all, it was packed. It was packed. Like, we had to park at the auto body shop next door. That's how packed it was. They have, like, the regular restaurant parking, and then they have, like, their back 40 restaurant parking, and then there's the auto lot next door. We parked in the auto lot because that's where the only place there was space. So we walk in thinking it's time to just tell them we're here so we can get on the wait list. And I did. I got on the wait list, and I spent the next 45 minutes about 2 feet away from a lobster tank that was full of, they said 3 pounds. I'm thinking they looked more like 6-pound lobsters. These things were giants. I mean, just the claw about the size of my face. One of them had like 5 rubber bands to keep it closed. They were huge. Okay, Maine lobsters, and they're just stacked deep. Some of them were like trying to get out. And I'm just watching these guys. I'm like, wow. Never did I see the cook come in and grab one and take it out and take it back into the kitchen to meet its ultimate fate. I didn't see that happen. So I don't know how they get from the tank where I was to the kitchen where they get cooked. It's possible all these are just pets, and that's why they're so big. But I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, wow. I'm not sure if I'm hungry enough to eat a lobster. I'm looking at how big it is. I'm looking at how big I am. And I realize we're about equal. And I'm thinking, I'm not sure if I can do this. And so watching this, and of course everyone's playing with it, and the kids are sticking their hands, and their parents are like, "Don't! They're gonna bite you." I'm like, "That's not bite; it's a pinch." But I didn't tell them that, and so we're just watching, and then I watch as I'm watching the lobster in one eye, because lobsters can look all over the place. So I try to do what they do. I look with one eye. I'm watching the lobsters to see if they do something funny, because sometimes they like shoot across the tank and like almost out of the water. And then with my other eye, I'm watching everybody else who has come in get seated. And then the room fills up again. And then I watch everyone else who is here get seated again. And like everybody who came in got seated before us. And finally, there is no one left else to seat. And the waiter comes in and he calls somebody's name and it's not mine. And I'm like, okay. And then he goes over to like some device and pushes it. And the guy comes in, he's looking at his phone. He's like, "Oh, I'm here." He's like, "Oh, come on in." I'm like, so I check, am I on the wait list? "Oh yeah, you're on the wait list." So I wait. 45 minutes of waiting. And I get brought to my seat. And we got seated. It was a nice little table. No problems there. I forget what section. I think it was table 18. I think was the number they took us to. It was packed. Somebody was singing happy birthday over there. I joined in because I thought that was appropriate. I joined in and sang happy birthday. And of course, they had brought us out menus like 2 minutes into our wait. And so we knew exactly what we were going to get. It was the surf and turf. We were going to do, because I like salmon, I like shrimp, not sure about lobster. That way it would be like 2 out of 3 would be a win, right? And so yeah, by this time I'm hungry. I'm thinking, yeah, that lobster, that I might need 2 of them, right? So the waiter comes out. He's like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And I was like, "Great." And he's like, "Just want to tell you, we're short-staffed in the kitchen, and so things are running a little bit slower." I'm like, so I'm saying this is a tactic, right? That's something the waiters say to get a better tip, because it's like saying, "Hey, I'm really busy," to let them know I'm working hard for you, but there's lots of other people I have to work for as well. He's like sort of pre-priming us for a good tip. No, that wasn't it. It was the kitchen was short-staffed. I don't know if there was just one guy back there or what, but we waited for 15 minutes. We knew exactly what we wanted right then. We waited for 15 minutes to place our order, and I placed an order of the crab queso for an appetizer. We had the surf and turf main menus, and then we each got drinks. I had strawberry lemonade. I don't know what goes with lobster. Strawberry lemonade, I thought that would be a good match. They pair up well together. Strawberry lemonade, soda. So then I proceed to drink, 3 strawberry lemonades. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to be full of strawberry lemonade. The waiter's good. He kept the glasses coming, right? And so 3 strawberry lemonades later, I'm starting to think more, where's the bathroom instead of where's my food? 50 minutes later, they brought out our appetizer. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't bring our appetizer, ever. We never got the appetizer. Instead, they brought out our meal, our main course. And it had the salmon and the shrimp on a Cisco bob, and then a slightly larger shrimp in the shell. And I'm looking at this, and it's like, I didn't know it was legal to keep lobster this small. I kid you not. And it was, granted, it was split in half and cut, and that's how they cook it in the surf and turf. But this lobster, it was like, it looked a little bit larger than maybe, a 30, 40 count shrimp. Okay. It was much larger. It was much smaller than the salmon. And most of it was just shell and tail. It was prawns on the half shell. Yeah, for sure. I'm like, well, it smells good. It was hot, looked delicious. So I'm like, okay, let's just do this. Okay, before I spoil my palate, I'm going to go ahead and try the lobster. And of course, I told myself I'm going to watch a video on YouTube so I know how to eat it. And I didn't, so I didn't know how. And I sat in the wrong spot. I had to like crane my neck to see anyone else eating. And I knew other people had lobster, but none of them were like actively eating it. So I'm like, when in Rome, right? You do as you should. And so I figured it's finger food, right? So I'm picking up the lobster, trying to figure out how to get apparently the one part comes out easy. The other end is like attached to the tail. So I'm fighting with the shell to get it out, and I get it out. And it's I don't know, it looks like a half shrimp. Like if you were to butterfly fillet a shrimp, it was half of one of those. So I've got this thing in my hands. I'm like, so I pop it in my mouth, the whole thing, right? Because it fits, okay? And it fits with room to spare. And it was good. That's all. It was good. But it was like 3 bites, and then it was gone. And then I had the other half on the other side, which once I figured out, how to get it out of the tail part and get it disconnected, it was pretty good. It was drenched in whatever it was, butter. I think it was like a brown butter sauce or something. As a matter of fact, all our food was drenched in that. Everything on the plate, the salmon, the shrimp, the lobster, the rice. Oh, let me tell you about the rice, though. The rice, I don't know what kind of rice it was, but I have never had rice like that before. And when I say rice like that before, I have never had raw rice before. Like crunch, grain of rock, hard rice, not cooked. It was like scooped out of the bag, put on the plate, drizzle with butter, served to customer. It had not been cooked. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure, I know some rice is a little bit crunchy. This was not that. This was just dry rice dumped on the plate. A little pilaf of petrified rice. I'm like, I will break a tooth on this. I mean, it's not like something you can gnaw and eventually get through. Like it's a little al dente, whatever. No, it was like, listen, I can pick them up and drop them on my plate, and they go ting, 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 ting when they hit. It was dry. It was terrible. Salmon was fabulous. Shrimp was fabulous. Lobster was also a shrimp. I don't know what else to say. Maybe if there was more, I could have tasted the difference. It was a little bit a more firm meat than shrimp. But the cheddar biscuits were probably the best thing we ate there. Anyway, so I realized that's not the waiter's fault, and he was really busy. And I'm thinking, last time I was here, they went out of business, and I'm afraid if I complain about the rice, that just might put them under again. So I didn't complain about the rice. I didn't say, hey, can I get some that's a little better cooked? No. And I wasn't sure if I had done everything right with the lobster. It was very quick. But I'd probably try it again. I'm pretty sure, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure I got served a crawdad and not a lobster, just based on the size. So I think I've had crawdads now and not lobster. So there's my review. Should have gone to Panda Express. But now I can say I've ordered lobster and I ate crawdad. So there you go. So now that you've heard about my dining experience, and a very expensive crawdad it was too. They really think highly of their crawdads. It was good. I mean, it was yummy. I have no complaints about the lobster other than, they show you one lobster and you get a different one. So, not sure. All right. Lobster caught from the sea of disappointment. That's pretty much it. Crawdads are tiny. I know you can get them up to 8 inches is a good, good sized crawdad. That's about what I had. And it was just the tail. All right. But our poor waiter was working his tail end off. Gave him a nice tip. And, but I felt bad for them. I felt bad. The old bait and switch. They served me the bait is what happened. Not the big one. Yeah, I think the plate ran $33, which is probably the most I've spent on a plate of food since I was in high school and took a girl out to Benihana's. And she ordered 3 different main courses and sampled a nibble of each one and then was done. Yeah, I think she ordered $70 worth of food and had $3 worth of bites. So, all right. There you go. So now how do we transition from that to court? Is there anything else we need to talk about this morning? We're about to cover day 4, which was Friday of the trial, and it's short. By short, I mean we've got 2.5 hours. Lobster. Real lobster is market price. I don't know what I would have done, honestly, if they'd served me one of the big lobsters, those big 3-pounders. First of all, I would have been broke because I'm pretty sure they run like $100 each for the big ones. At least that's the price they had on the fish tank. The bill. I checked the bill. Everything was right on the bill. They charged me for what they gave me. They just didn't give me what I ordered. So that's all. No. I also, for my sides, I forgot to tell you about the sides. I ordered asparagus, which I'm a big fan of asparagus, especially the young spring asparagus, which this was not. And then I ordered a baked potato on the side, which the baked potato was the second best thing on the whole plate. I ordered the baked. I said, why not? Also, when in Rome, why not go with the lobster on the baked potato? It's an upcharge, but I'm like, I've never done this before. I might as well go all the way. And so I ordered the lobster smothered baked potato. And the baked potato I got had butter, a tiny bit of sour cream, and like a chive. And then next to it, there was like 3 bits of bacon. Like someone had actually put some on the plate and they're like, oops, he doesn't want that, and then pushed it off. That's what I got. So it was not smothered in anything other than butter. I got a butter smothered potato, and but it was good. I like their baked potatoes probably better than any other baked potato I've ever had. But it's just potato. I mean, it was good. So, but he didn't charge me for the lobster smothered. He just charged me just the regular side. So, all right, there you go. So I'm not sure if Red Lobster gets my second attempt ever at. Really, here's what it is. I'm just going to count it as a win because, as far as I know, they haven't gone out of business yet today. So everyone's happy. We all walked away. You can try again some other time. So, all right. With that, I see a little short. I seem a little short. You guys should tell me. The bathroom remodel did very little. Very, very. I cut out the subfloor, and it's a puzzle piece because there's notches and stuff on the side. I cut it out to fit, and it was still a little too tight. I'm like, I just need to shave like an inch off the side. And I did, but I cut it off the wrong side. And now it doesn't fit. Now it's too small. And I don't have the saw that puts the piece back on. I only have the saw that takes the piece off. So I pretty much destroyed one of our 4x8 sheets of subfloor, which I ordered the exact amount that I would need. So now I need to go get another one. Is tomorrow's plan to go live? Yes, we will. No dessert. Are you kidding? I was full of that little tiny lobster. I didn't have room for it. No, I was full of strawberry lemonade. I was completely full. The strawberry lemonade was, I don't know what their strategy is, but I think they serve it in like a just above room temperature, which is not how I like to drink it. But then right before they bring it to you, they like set it out or heat it up, put it in the microwave. I'm not sure what they do. But right before they bring it to you, they add like a little sprinkling of ice on the top. And so you have to stir. All the ice melts, waters down the lemonade, and it gets cooler. So I got extra ice and stirred until it got cold. And then every time I was finished with my cup, I wouldn't let him have my other cup until I got the new one so I could dump the old ice into the new one just because there wasn't enough to get it cold. But thank goodness for the strawberry lemonade. All right, Red Lobster, obviously not a sponsor of the program. Let's go ahead and get going. You know what? I figured out what's wrong with my camera. It just now. Hang on. I fixed it. And of course, it's not focused now. There we go. No more leg show for y'all. We've got it fixed. I just hadn't zoomed in. All right, Kevin M. Every month that goes by, it's 1 month longer since the greatest independent coverage of a prison escape ever. Cavalcante was amazing, Kevin. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 17 months. Speaking of great, let's go to court, which is great. So near, far, zoom. Yeah. My dad is currently in the middle of a real crime scene. Forensics just arrived. CID interviewed him. The guy in the house upstairs has done something to a family. Oh, my goodness. Sloth life. That's not good. That's not good. Place sounds like one that they no longer sell anything that's all you can eat. Like no all you can eat shrimp. I'm pretty sure that's what put them under. Good morning from Alberta, Canada, where Runkle is. I need to check and see if he got. I sent him some coins. I hope they arrived, and I hope he didn't have to pay dearly for like the import fees. You live in North Carolina. Find a real seafood restaurant. I probably should. All right, let's get going with court, shall we? That's what you're all here for. This is day 4, which happened on Friday. So this is our last day of catching up. Oh, you can see my other camera. How did it end up so? See, you can see my pan tilt zoom over here. I don't know why you can see that now when you couldn't before. Things are weird. Things are weird in my studio. Not sure why. Out of focus on which one? Let me do the autofocus from this side. Camera control, autofocus. Let's try this one. Is that better? No? All right, here we go. Let's start court. I've stalled long enough, guys. We've got work to do. We've got court to listen to, and it's going to begin here in just a moment. So, there we go. This is a crazy case. Phil's shared some great stuff, TYO Toys on Twitter, doing some background digging, and found out that our guy that showed up, that was like the laborer for 2 weeks, that showed up for, he's a good guy off the record, dude. Apparently he's a photographer, and he likes taking pictures of roses. Interesting. And he's good friends with Mr. Mello, like Facebook pictures and stuff. So the plot gets thicker every day. Good morning, Judge. Sherry, I'm glad you got your sticker. Thank you. The defendant is in custody, yes. Just waiting for audio from the judge. Ivan, it's frigid. Ivan, by the way, you you pocket dialed me this morning. Do you know that? I answered, but I think you were just walking around. Didn't hear anything incriminating. Didn't stay on the phone too long. Cross-examination is going to proceed. I'm going to boost this audio here.
Hey I'll make this court. Good morning, Investigator. Good morning. I want to ask you a few questions about the incident date first. So you talked about the incident date was October the 13th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was a Wednesday?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? So this was a school day.
It was?
Aida was actually, in fact, at school on that day.
Yes, sir.
And her school was Buena Vista, isn't it?
Correct.
And that's very close to the residence.
It is, yes, sir.
How far would you say? You have any idea?
If you were driving, it would probably take a minute or two to get there.
Okay, and we know that Aida used to walk to school.
Yes, sir.
And so law enforcement showed up at the incident location about 11 o'clock, so Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, one would say, or mid-afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of a familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking. Now, you know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Correct.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the Law Enforcement Center?
It was.
Did you speak to him on October 13th of 2021 at Canebrake?
I did not speak with him the day of the incident, no, sir.
Okay. Had you met him prior to October the 13th of 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No,
You
sir.
said no? Okay. Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been provided an interview that he did with the coroner's office, and I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator, yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that the coroner really did probably 90% of the questioning?
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions, yes, sir.
Now, the coroner is not employed by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary, no, sir.
So the primary concern is to determine cause and manner of death and provide necessary information to family members and things like that?
Yes, sir. To locate a next of kin, yes, sir.
So Bradley Post was a suspect on that day, right? Just like anybody who would be a close fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
Okay. But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit, no, sir.
And the buccal swab was collected from him on what date?
I believe it was that day, the 13th.
And was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken on that date?
No, sir.
When was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken?
It was not.
It was not taken.
No, sir.
A buccal swab was taken from her, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on October the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir. The 15th.
And what was the reason then for taking the buccal swab?
So we could have something to compare and to, I'm trying to think of the word, exclusions. Obviously, obviously Miss Tina lived there, so we knew that her DNA was going to be all over things in the house.
Okay. And so the buccal swab was taken on October 15, 2021 at the Canebrake house?
No, sir. When I met with Tina to get her buccal swab, it was not at the Canebrake house.
Where was it?
It was at a friend's house.
Okay. But you did meet with her and Bradley Post on October the 15th at the Canebrake house? Didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Bradley Post's phone was not collected by law enforcement on October 13th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware now from your investigation, by looking at the body cameras of other officers, that he was deleting photographs from his phone while waiting for law enforcement to arrive?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
No. Did you watch all the body cameras?
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay. So you don't remember him saying that?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
But he certainly had the phone from the incident date until October the 19th of 2021. and had every opportunity to delete, manipulate his phone in any way. Right?
I know that he had possession of his phone until the 19th, yes, sir.
Okay, now, on October the 15th of 2021, you spoke with Bradley Post at the Canebrake residence,
Yes, sir.
and you mentioned Tina Parcell was also there.
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to Bradley Post on that day?
I did.
Was your conversation with him recorded?
I don't believe it was, no, sir.
And at that time, Bradley Post asked you whether Ms. Parcells had been wearing her engagement ring, right?
He had brought it up, yes, sir.
Okay, so
He had asked about the ring.
I'm sorry.
He asked about the ring, yes, sir.
Okay, so presumably he didn't. If he had to ask you if she was wearing it, he didn't know.
He wanted the ring back?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked for the ring back.
Yep.
I don't remember if he asked for the ring back. I know that he just wanted to know if she had it, if she was currently wearing it.
And he told you at that time about the clone that he had of Christina Parcell's phone, did he not?
I don't know if he told me about it then, but I know he told me about it on the 19th when I interviewed him at the Law Enforcement Center.
Okay. And would you, just to refresh your memory, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 60 for identification purposes only. Can you
Yes, sir.
recognize what is in, what the contents of that?
Yes, sir. This is one of my supplemental reports.
Okay, and actually, if you look through, it's actually, I believe, all of your supplemental reports.
Yes, sir. It looks to be, yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could you look at your entry on October the 15th, see if there's anything there that refreshes your memory about whether or not he told you about the clone phone on October the 15th?
Apparently it happened, or else he wouldn't be trying to refresh his memory here. There it is. There it is.
Okay. Yes, sir. He did.
And was that the first you had heard about this clone phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize it on October the 15th?
I did not.
Did you ever seize it?
I seized it on the 19th.
Okay. Now, your investigation also led you to Foothills Veterinarian on October the 18th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, you spoke with someone, or you spoke with people at the at this facility where Ms. Parcell had worked? Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you learned that she had been working part-time?
Yes, sir.
And that she had not worked in some 3 weeks since September the 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about the October 19th interview with Mr. Post. Where did that interview take place?
At the Law Enforcement Center in our interview room.
Okay. There was another investigator in the room with you?
Yes, sir. That was when Investigator King was in there with me.
And did you see his
some
first
interesting
phone at that
stuff.
time?
Yes, sir.
And that's the phone that we could see when you're watching the recording of that, the phone that he has out on the table in front of him?
Yes, sir.
When did you take the phone from him?
During that interview.
Was it at the end after the camera was taken off?
Yes, sir. It was near the end of the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also followed him to his car and took possession of the clone phone, correct?
I did.
So he knew to bring it with him on that day, or had you asked him to bring it with him, or how did it happen to be in his possession? Do you remember?
I don't remember if on the 15th when he told me about it, I asked him to bring it or not, or if he just brought it on his own, assuming I may would like to look at it.
Okay. But that was the phone then that mirrored everything that was being done on Ms. Parcells' phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your meeting with Bradley Post, you did get search warrants for his phone, for the cloned phone, and also for a laptop that he had of Parcells in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you gave Post's phone and these items to someone else for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And that was Charlie Cunningham?
Yes, sir.
While those phones were being extracted, was Post allowed to leave the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. He left.
And he went to his home?
Yes, sir. That's where the laptop was.
And the officers went and got that from him?
His attorney came with him, and he went inside, grabbed the laptop, and brought it back out to me. That's all. That's the only thing I needed from the house.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that on October the 19th of 2021, Ayden Mello was taken into emergency protective custody. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you participate in that?
No, sir.
Were other officers of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office participating in that?
Not that I know of.
So it wasn't the Sheriff's Office who did that?
The EPC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what officers did it.
Okay, but it was, I mean, it was the Sheriff's Office, right? Wasn't Dan
Emergency
Bevel the one
protective
who was
custody.
leading that investigation?
I know he was leading an investigation. Yes, sir.
So you weren't consulted about that prior to them going out there?
I remember being told that she was being EPC, placed in emergency protective custody.
Now we heard testimony yesterday from, maybe been the day before, I don't remember, but from a man named Michael Manigault, or Manigault, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. How did you come across his name?
From Investigator Bevel.
Now, you had an interview with Lieutenant Parcell on October the 13th of 2021,
I did.
and that was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as lead investigator of the case, obviously you're just trying to get all the information, so you asked a very broad and open questions to try to find out as much as you could, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the questions you asked at the 20-minute mark of the interview, you asked Ms. Parcell about where everybody stayed in the house. And is it true that she told you that Ayda's room was being used as a playroom and that she slept in Christina's bed?
I don't specifically recall that, but obviously I recorded the interview, so if that's what it states, then that'd be correct.
And do you recall that at the 23:45 mark, she told you that Bradley Post was at the house every day?
Objection is hearsay, Your Honor.
It's just asking about the two things. First, prior inconsistent statement, and also it just goes to...
It's a prior inconsistent statement of Tina Parcell, not
Yes.
now.
Yeah. Tina Parcell.
It's improper
I'll
impeachment.
sustain the objection.
Now, you've already testified that you spent a great deal of time on October 13th, or that the Sheriff's Office spent a great deal of time canvassing the neighborhood to learn if anyone had cameras or if anyone had seen anyone suspicious. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you handle any of that, or was that up to the uniform officers and other officers they handled?
It was mostly other investigators. Yes, sir.
And obviously this was very important, correct? Because at this time you didn't have you didn't know who had done this, so you're trying to gather all the information that you can.
That's right.
And so officers would be looking for information whether anyone had seen someone suspicious or knew the neighborhood and whether they could identify that person.
Yes, sir.
And if an officer had found someone in that position, they, as lead investigator, you would have been informed about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have done a follow-up interview with that person?
If someone had come to me and said that someone needs to be spoken to, is that?
Well, if an officer came to you and said, listen, we have somebody at, 105 Canebrake who says they saw a person's face and thinks they could identify that person, you would have been
I would have.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And as you develop suspects, you would have gone to that person with a photo lineup to see if they could identify the suspect?
Yes, sir.
And that never happened, did it?
It did not.
So you never went to anyone in Canebrake with a lineup, including Brad Post or Alex Fields or Zach Hughes, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because no one had ever said that they had seen a face of the person on the bicycle.
Yes, sir.
So what led you all to go to Donna Gorman's house in October of 2024, over 3 years after the incident?
We went there because as we were reviewing the case, preparing for this, we had realized that no one had ever shown her a picture of a bicycle. So we wanted to take that picture up there and let her see it and ask her if that's who she remembers seeing.
And she had been spoken to on October the 13th, had she not?
Yes, sir.
Riley Stokes?
Yes, sir. It was Investigator Stokes.
And Riley Stokes never came to you and said, listen, we found somebody who can identify a person on the bicycle, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went, well, let me ask you this. During those 3 years, between October of 2021 and October of 2024, Zach Hughes' picture had been shown on the news and the newspaper and other places, social media, numerous times. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that picture that's shown in the media, he looks quite similar to how he looks now, right? With a full head of hair and a beard?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In October 13th of 2021, Zach didn't even have facial hair, did he?
I don't remember if he had facial hair.
Do you remember seeing the trail camera photos?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
This is sneaky.
So that was 2 days before. And then you saw Zach Hughes a couple days, well, about a week later at his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was clean shaven on that day?
I believe he was. Yes.
So he shaved right after the
In
murder?
October 28th
before.
of 2024, is that when Ms. Gorman said she saw the face of the person on the bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she could identify the guy on the bike?
Sir?
That time, in October 24, she told you she saw the face of the guy on the bike. Did she tell you that she could identify the person?
She said that she believed she would know him if she saw him again.
Really? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I may not have, no, sir.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I did.
And you can, feel free, your report's in front of you, but...
It's not in there.
No, sir. I didn't put that in there.
And you would agree that identification of a person in a case like that is very significant, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you show her a photo lineup?
I did not.
You did mark in your report that she told you that she would not be able, or she would be able to say it was not Bradley Post on the bike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your theory is that Zach drove the morning of October 13th from the Mountain House, which we've heard testimony is about an hour away from Canebrake. And in the summary that you provided, you say that he turned his phone off so he couldn't be tracked at 7:45. So if Zach Hughes left the house at 7:45, there is no way that Zach Hughes could have been there at 8 to 8:15 to be seen by Ms. Gorman, is there?
No, I didn't say that he turned his phone off. There's no activity on his phone.
Okay, no activity. Okay. How many ring cameras and surveillance cameras do y'all have that showed the guy in the bicycle?
From specific locations, I know that we have one. We have three.
Okay.
And there was one of the locations has multiple cameras.
Okay. And the guy on the bicycle is not picked up by any cameras at 8 or 8:15, is he?
No, sir.
And that is a good hour to hour and 15 minutes before the person is seen entering Canebrake, right? The 122 Canebrake?
Yes, sir.
How close is Miss Gorman's home to 122 Canebrake?
It's fairly close.
Like,
Across the street and over a couple
so
houses.
on a bike, would it be less than a 5-minute ride, would you say?
From Miss Gorman's house to 122? Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person on the bicycle was not wearing a hoodie, was he?
It didn't appear that there was a hoodie.
On November the 9th of 2021, you met with Tina Parcell for the purpose of collecting some items from her that she had found at the Canebrake residence. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of those items was a blue USB thumb drive that she had found in Christina Parcell's room. Is that right?
I don't remember where she said she found it, but I believe she did bring me a thumb drive.
Did y'all examine that thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself or did other officers? Do you know?
I believe I did it.
I want to ask you a few questions related to the harassment investigation. And so you're aware that one of the documents in the packages that were mailed was an advertisement for an escort site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Christina Parcell did have a past that...
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Your Honor, this was brought up by the state. They're the ones who introduced this evidence. And
Approach. He's like, come on over here. Step on up. Okay, so now they're trying to bring up the victim's past. To basically say it's reasonable to think that she did this type of activity. So spicy. Thank you for the correction of the other jewels. I'll add this to the objection counter.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, objection from the state.
Your Honor, what is brought up by the state is that they were mailed a photo which has an alleged...
What? Objection will stay? Objection sustained? And then they're continuing to fight it out? Why can't we hear this? Cameraman just pans up. Okay, let me see when they come back. Let's give me just a second. Let's see. It's about a minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. A few minutes went by, staring at the wall. We need those bits. Jury's coming back in, so apparently the jury was dismissed for part of that. Well, they fought it out.
Okay. Thank you. I may please the court. Investigator Sparkman, I just want to finish up with asking you a couple of questions about the WhatsApp messages that you testified about at great length yesterday. And you testified about how you collected and put into a binder all of the WhatsApp messages between Zachary Hughes and John Mello. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was a rather large binder of text messages once you got those all.
It was a lot of messages, yes.
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of those messages come after the middle of April when Ayden Mello was taken away from John Mello and returned to the States to be with his mother?
I don't know if the majority of them or not. I'd have to look at the book again to refresh my memory on the dates.
Okay. And you talked a lot about interpretations, about different messages and what you believe they meant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to show you one of the messages of State's Exhibit number 186. And are you...
Do we get to see this too?
Okay. All right, are you able to read that?
I could read that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is against State's Exhibit 186, and I would just want to point your attention to the one that's the second message on the left on that page. And I'm not going to ask you to try to decipher everything about that, but in that message we see on the first line we see the name Ayden, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that line, you see the word doomed. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So one interpretation of that message could be, and do you remember the date of that?
Could you please place it back up there?
I remember if you show me.
The 13th, October 13th.
And one interpretation of that message could be that John Mello believed that his daughter, now being returned to the States to live with Christina Parcell, meant that she is doomed.
I think there's way too many words in there for me to say that. I will agree that those two words are in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct, two words. That's what it is.
Mr. Moore asked you about the coroner's assistance in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
Do they respond to all homicide investigations?
They do.
And sometimes do they assist y'all in various duties?
They do.
And don't they have their independent investigative authority under statute as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Moyer discussed the clone phone that Brad Post had. All right, so explain to this jury Christina Parcell's phones that she had.
So the one we refer to as the clone phone, that's a phone that Mr. Post kept that he basically signed into her Apple, using her Apple ID and password when he says cloned. So everything that she does on that phone is not cloned. So he'd be able to see the stuff typically that Apple backs up. Like if you restored your phone from iCloud, emails, contacts, certain text messages and phone calls. That's how that phone was set up.
And he also had Life 360 on her as well.
Yes, he had the Life 360 app, and she was a part of his group. They could see each other's locations.
And did you review the downloads of the phones of Christina Parcell?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in any of those phones, is there any communication with Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
Is there any email, text message, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, any kind of application that you saw, any conversations with
no,
anything
sir.
related to Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
All right. They asked you about Donna Gorman.
Yes.
And so, when did Riley Stokes speak to Donna Gorman?
I believe it was the day of the incident, the 13th.
And at that time, had y'all located, or did y'all have possession of the photos of a suspect leaving on a bicycle at Canebrake neighborhood?
We knew of the footage, but we weren't able to get possession of that until the following day.
And then Master Deputy Wolf testified that he went back on the 19th and spoke to her.
Yes.
And you recall what his testimony was? Are you aware that he showed her a photo of a bike?
I don't recall if he showed her a photo of the bike or not. I don't believe so.
Okay. And so, and then 3 years later, are you working with the solicitor's office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And when you went out there and talked to her, did you take down what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her a copy of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
They asked you about the timeline on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said from 7:42 to 11:34, there was no activity on the phone.
That's right.
But you know that at 7:42, 7:42 he unlocks and plugs the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, can he do that in his car?
He can.
No further questions, John.
All right, the angry cross.
Just a few follow-up questions. What is Life 360?
Life 360 is an application that you can download on your smartphone, and you can invite people to join your circle. You see each other's locations.
So it's just sharing your location with other persons?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant to that? I'm just not aware of Life 360, so I just...
That's the extent of what I know about it,
Okay.
just locations.
So there's no way to share information, texts, file sharing, anything like that through Life 360, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the cloned phone, again, that you talked about, the way that was cloned was just through sharing Apple IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
And Bradley Post wouldn't give you that Apple ID, would he?
He didn't initially.
So you said Investigator Wolf went back and spoke to Donna Gorman also?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a few days after Investigator Stokes.
Okay, so before you met with Brad Post on the 19th, you think?
I don't recall. It was close to that time.
Within a week or so of the incident?
Yes, I'd say that
So neither Riley Stokes nor Investigator Wolf came back and said, we have a person here who says they saw the face of the person on the bike and thinks they can identify.
That's right.
So nobody ever went out there, because she never told you she could, to show her a photo lineup, right?
That's right.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any reread? Correct.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
All right. Life 360, Ring doorbells, and cell phone data. It's the stuff courts are made of nowadays.
Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Clara Rose.
Dr. Clara Rose for the state is the next witness. Is she the ME? Yeah, I see that cold weather you guys are having up north. It's frigid. I know it's going to get like negative 45 in Montana. Keep it, please. Just keep it up there. It's supposed to snow here this next week.
Please place your Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
So many coincidences. Rose, Rose, Rose. It's the Twisted Rose trial. It's all about roses.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Claire Rose, C-L-A-R-E, and then last name spelled R-O-S-E.
Dr. Rose, good morning.
Good morning.
Can I actually just scoot up just a little bit?
I'm sorry.
Can you pull the microphone a little bit closer just so the jury can hear you? Thank you. Dr. Rose, could you tell the jury where you're employed and what you do for them currently?
So I'm currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the medical examiners there.
Okay. And what kinds of things are part of your duties as a medical examiner with the Sheriff's Office?
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine the cause and manner of death.
Could you talk a little bit about your education and background that led you into taking this role?
Sure. So I did my undergrad at the George Washington University, where I received a degree in biological sciences. Following that, I did a 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of the Americas. Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been a medical examiner for the Sheriff's Office?
I started working here in August of 2021, so about 4 years now.
Okay. So you were in that role in October of 2021?
Yes.
And to get in that role in October of 2021, you spoke to your education, but did you undergo specialized training specifically for the purpose of conducting autopsies?
Yes, so after I completed my residency training, I took a qualifying examination and became board certified in anatomic pathology. Then after I finished my fellowship training, I took another qualifying examination and became board certified in forensic pathology.
And approximately how many autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the Sheriff's Office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an expert in forensic pathology.
1,500 autopsies in 4 years. It's pretty quick.
He is qualified as an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a person, as I've said with other experts, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them this way, and this witness will be qualified in the area of forensic pathology to give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Continue. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Rose, could you go through with the jury generally what your process is when you're conducting an autopsy from the start of your analysis to going through the steps that you take?
Sure. So first off, an autopsy is a specialized procedure that we perform on deceased individuals, again, to determine the cause and manner of death. And an autopsy consists basically of two parts, an external examination and an internal examination. So first we start with the external examination, which consists of examining the body as is presented to us. So as I'm examining the whole body, I'm taking notes through note-taking and photographs and documenting any clothing that's on the body, any personal effects on the body, any medical intervention that may be on the body, just the general characteristics of the individual, such as their hair color, their eye color, their weight, etc. And then I'm also looking for any signs of disease or injury. So once that initial examination is complete, then I will remove all that clothing, all the personal effects, all the medical examination. I will clean the body, and then I will re-examine the body again, the full body, looking again for any signs of disease or injury. So that's the external examination. So once that is complete, I move on to the internal examination. And that means opening up the body, taking out all of the organs, and then looking at each organ individually, again, looking for any signs of disease or injury.
And were you tasked with conducting the autopsy on Christina Parcell for this case?
Yes, I was.
And in going through the steps that you just went through, in the external and internal examination, are you documenting your findings as you're going through each of those?
Yes, I'm documenting what findings through notes and photographs.
Do you assign each case a unique number to know what you're referencing?
Yes, I do.
For hindsight?
Mm-hmm.
So Also, in conducting your autopsy, do you put together a diagram or a picture representation of your findings of injuries?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Speaking generally as to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, well, let's back up before that. Before you begin your autopsy, are you apprised of general circumstances and the nature of how an individual is found and brought to you before you conduct your autopsy to give you some directive of where to go from there?
Yes, so in this particular case, when I arrived to work, I was made aware of Ms. Parcell.
I would object to hearsay if she's going to talk about a statement that someone else told her.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Yeah. Sustain the objection.
Just generally,
yes,
you're apprised of those circumstances?
Yes, I am.
So, speaking to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, what jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your findings?
So I found that there were 35 sharp force injuries to Ms. Parcell.
35.
Did you reflect those in your diagram that you put together for purposes of recording what you found?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192.
Do we get an injury diagram? So I have to demonstrate using a pocket knife and Mr. Bones here.
I'm going to show you State's 192.
Yes.
Is that the diagram that you put together?
Yes, this is the diagram I created.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the State moves into evidence. State's 192.
No objection.
Objection number 192 comes part of the record.
Dr. Rose, speaking to how you received the body before you start conducting your autopsy, are there protections put in place to preserve what might potentially be collected as evidence at the time of the autopsy and maybe even down the road?
Sure. So the body is placed in a body bag and sealed, preventing from anyone getting into the bag. Also, handbags are also placed around both of the hands to preserve any evidence that may be present.
Okay. But otherwise, the body is brought to you as is from the time it's found?
Yes.
That's important to preserve for any findings that you may make or anyone afterwards. Is that
Yes.
right? And while you're conducting this autopsy, is a forensic technician with the sheriff's office with you to collect evidence for purposes of the case?
Yes, there was one forensic technician present during the autopsy of Ms. Parcell.
Okay. I want to go through with you some findings that you made on State's Exhibit 192 as it related to Ms. Parcell. I'm going to start. This first page here.
If we see her picture, I don't have to demonstrate it. Mr. Bones.
You identified Ms. Parcell on this document?
Yes.
And then you make a note there. Could you explain to the jury what the difference is between a stab wound and an incise wound?
Sure. So first I'll just say what a sharp force injury is. So a sharp force injury is an injury caused by a pointed or sharp-edged object. Examples of this include a knife, which is the most common object that we see during our work, but it also may include other objects such as scissors, a fork, screwdriver, basically anything that has a sharp or pointed edge. So then we sharp force injuries, if it's a knife, then we have either a stab wound or an incise wound. And now a stab wound is a wound that is deeper than than its length on the skin, and an incise wound is a wound that is its length is longer on the skin than it is deeper. And then so here in this diagram, the shaded oval areas indicate the stab wounds, and the partial partially shaded areas indicate the inside wounds.
That's not 35 stab wounds.
So would it be fair to say, when you say stab wound, that's what most people, when they commonplace think of the word stab, is a stab wound. And an incise wound is more of, say, a slice?
Yes.
And approximately how many sharp force wounds were located on Ms. Parcells' body as it relates to her torso and her arms?
So to her torso and her arms, there were a total of 9 sharp force injuries, and I can quickly just go through each of them. So starting with the stab wounds, Ms. Parcell had 1 stab wound to the top of her shoulder and 1 stab wound to the left side of her upper chest. Both of these wounds went through the skin and penetrated the underlining soft tissue. Then you have another stab wound to the left breast. This wound went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue, and penetrated the chest cavity and superficially penetrated the left lung. Then we have the 4th stab wound, which is to the left side of the mid-back. This wound went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue, and just penetrated the chest cavity without injuring the left lung. So those are all the stab wounds. And then we have, well, on this one you can't see all of the incised wounds, but you have 4 inside, yeah, here we go. So here you see 5 incised wounds. So you have 2 incised wounds to the right upper arm, 1 incised wound to the posterior right forearm, 1 incised wound to the left upper arm, and then 1 incised wound to the posterior left pinky.
I'm going to show you the second page here.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Rose, as to Ms. Parcell's head and neck, how many sharp force injuries were identified in those areas?
So Ms. Parcell had a total of 26 sharp force injuries. So she had 7 stab wounds and 19 incised wounds. And I can quickly go through all of those too if you would like. Starting with the incised wounds, so she had, as I said, a total of 19 incised wounds to various locations to her scalp, to the right ear, the areas in front of the ear, the areas behind the ear, both cheeks, and to the right side of the anterior neck. And again, these wounds just went through the skin and superficially penetrated the underlining soft tissue. Now we have 7 stab wounds to the neck area. We have 1 stab wound to the left side of the posterior neck, and that wound just went through the skin and the deep underlining soft tissue. And then we have a total of 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck, and these wounds went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue and musculature of the neck, and then perforated 2 major blood vessels that supply blood to and from the head, the right internal carotid artery and the right internal jugular vein.
As to the injuries that affected the carotid and jugular arteries, could those be fatal once serrated?
Yes, those would have caused significant amount of bleeding.
And your findings specific to these areas and the locations of the wounds, are there more wounds on the left or the right side of Ms. Parcell's head and neck?
Majority of the wounds are concentrated to her right side.
And speaking to how the location of these wounds and the number in significant areas, pointing you to the stab wounds on the right side of Ms. Parcell's neck here, what would you say was, and when you're determining the cause and the manner of Ms. Parcell's death, which wounds brought the most attention to you? Which were the most significant in your analysis of making that determination?
The most significant stab wounds were the ones to the right side of the neck. The group of 6, well, 5 and then 1 you can't see, but it's on the kind of, if you move the sheet a little bit down, you will see 1 stab wounds to the right side. So the group of those 6, the 6 stab wounds are the most significant ones.
Wow.
Dr. Rose, could you explain to the jury what blunt force trauma is?
So blunt force trauma is just injury to the body that's caused from the body impacting an object or the body impacting an object.
Did you
object
observe findings of blunt force trauma as it relates to Ms. Parcell?
Yes, I did.
What were your significant findings there?
So Ms. Parcell had contusions or bruises to the left side of her face, her anterior neck, and 1 contusion to her left knee. She also had tiny abrasions or scrapes to her right cheek, her neck, and her left upper extremity. She also had 2 small lacerations or tears in the skin to the right side of her forehead and to her left eyebrow. Additionally, she also had hemorrhage within her scalp and hemorrhage within the left temporalis muscle, which is just a muscle that sits just underneath the left side of the scalp.
That's a fight.
Speaking to the findings of sharp force injuries with relation to Ms. Parcell, are you able to make any substantial findings as to the type of object used or specifics related to that object?
So the appearance of all of the sharp force injuries are consistent with a knife being used.
Okay. But past that, how specific can you get into making conclusions as to details of the knife, I suppose?
So just on the appearance of Ms. Parcell's wounds, I can't further characterize the type of knife.
And in conducting your autopsy, you didn't find any evidence that would aid you in further making a conclusion towards that effect?
No.
Is toxicology part of the autopsy process?
Yes, it is.
What is toxicology for the juries?
So during the autopsy procedure, I may take samples. For example, I may take blood to run toxicology just to see if there's any drugs in her system that may have contributed to the individual's death.
Were there any any findings on the end of toxicology significant in your determination of finding cause and manner of death?
No.
No drugs in the system.
Were there any findings as related to illicit drugs in Ms. Parcell's system?
No.
Finally, Dr. Rose, what was your conclusion as to the cause and manner of Ms. Parcell's death?
So the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide.
All right. Cross. Do you have more?
Dr. Rose, just bringing your attention back quickly to the object that might have been used to cause these sharp force injuries. Did you make any findings as it related to what happened in the process of these injuries being inflicted as it relates to that object, the tip being broke off or remains of the knife found in her system or differences in the wounds to that effect?
Can you repeat the question?
So in trying to make a finding or looking for findings as it relates to the object that may have been used in inflicting these wounds, were you able to find any evidence of differences in the wounds, that a different object might have been used or something happened to the object in the course of inflicting these injuries?
So at the time of the autopsy, I did not find any sharp object that may have remained inside or on the body. And then based on the appearances of the wounds, it is most consistent with the knife being used. And that is all that I can say.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
cross-examination. Yeah, please report.
There's Cross.
Dr. Rose, when did you start? You testified you started in August of 2021?
Correct.
Do you remember what day in August of 2021?
I do not.
Okay, that's okay. You conducted this autopsy on October the 14th of 2021?
That is correct.
So at the time you conducted this autopsy, you had been on the job just about 2 months, right?
Correct.
You were asked about toxicology. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the toxicology showed that Christina Parcell had amphetamine in her system? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And isn't that a controlled substance?
Yes, it's a stimulant, yes.
Yeah.
I did not mention it then.
Isn't it true? You talked about the sharp force injuries that you discovered during the autopsy, and isn't it true you talked about incised injuries versus stab wounds, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that in your report you used the word superficial or the adjective superficial prior to many of the times you referenced incised injuries? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Right. And you testified that these incised injuries were much longer than they are deeper. Is that
yes.
correct? And in fact, in your autopsy report, isn't it true that you didn't even calculate whatever the depth was of the incised injuries?
I mean, it's very difficult because they are so superficial.
Superficial.
Yes.
Right. And isn't it true that the vast majority of the what you call the sharp force injuries you discovered were incised wounds? Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in other words, those are superficial injuries according to your own words. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you calculated that Christina Parcell weighed 163 pounds? Is that right?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And she was wearing acrylic fingernails, is that right?
That is correct.
What color were they?
Were they red? Let me double check. Yes, they were red, correct.
Acrylic fingernails, great for picking up DNA from an attacker. Might hear about that in a minute. We haven't heard the DNA yet, right? Lots of pauses. What's the... Is the state not ready for this witness?
Thank you, Dr. Rose. None further. Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. Rose, speaking specifically to the amphetamines that Mr. Moorman brought up, were the amphetamine findings in the toxicology consistent with a prescribed amount?
Yes.
And amphetamines, is that the active chemical in, say, Adderall?
Yes.
And he spoke a lot as to the incise wounds and stab wounds found on Ms. Parcell. Just as to the right side of her neck, how many stab wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I have nothing further for you.
Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantities being consistent with prescriptions. Isn't it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing else.
Noise is safe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs. So you go to your dealer and you're like, hey, I need 21 days of 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. Take once daily by mouth as needed for pain. Take with food. I don't understand what that question, what that answered. Sorry, I'm making slurping noises. Always with the food. Just with the ibuprofen, particularly. It can cause you an upset tummy. Oop. Another pause. So let's skip the pauses because we can. Holy cow, we're almost done. We're like 2/3 of the way done with the day. That's wild. Okay. What are we going to do the rest of the day, you guys? I know I've got the delivery for the shower pan for my bathroom remodel. It's finally going to get here, so we can finally determine where the drain's going to be in the floor, so I can probably do that. But as far as court watching, it's a holiday. There's not much happening. I thought I fast forwarded. I might have not quite gone far enough. Yeah, I rewound a couple minutes. Sorry. There we go.
Next witness.
State calls Hannah Burbidge.
Hannah Burbidge is the Greenville County Department of Public Safety DNA analyst.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Hannah Burbidge,
Ms. Burbidge, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
She's coming in
And
hot.
what do you do in the forensic DNA lab?
I'm a DNA analyst.
And what is a DNA analyst?
So, a DNA analyst, we examine items of evidence for profiles and then compare them to any references provided.
Can you give us a little bit of your background and employment history and education?
I have a bachelor's in forensic science from Western Carolina University, and I have been employed here about 4.5 years.
And can you tell this jury more specifically what are your duties and roles in the forensic DNA lab?
So before I became a DNA analyst, I started out as their serologist. So serology is basically examining items of evidence for suspected body fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as we can kind of find out who might have worn an item or handled an item, and then taking samples forward for DNA analysis. And then once those samples go forward for DNA analysis, the analyst will perform analysis, get the profiles, compare them, and then we write up reports.
She was hired at the same time as the ME.
Conducted?
At the DNA lab.
And is the DNA lab here in Greenville?
Yes.
All right. And how long has the DNA lab been in existence?
I believe it was opened in 2011.
And so when you get a sample that you want to be tested, tell this jury how that process works.
So an investigator has to request the DNA to be done. So they fill out a form and what evidence they would like processed. I then review any documentation for that particular case, such as incident reports, crime scene reports, as well as the DNA request and any evidence collected. Once I kind of have an idea of what evidence needs to be processed and what needs to be done on those items. So am I looking for suspected body fluids, or am I processing it in a different way? Then I will request evidence from our property and evidence section, which is the location that stores all evidence from crime scenes. They will then get the evidence together that I need. I will go to that location there at the law enforcement center, pick up the evidence from them, and bring it back to the DNA lab, which is a secure facility and accessed by key card only. Before processing, I wear personal protective equipment, so a lab coat, gloves, face mask. I clean my workbench as well as any tools I'm going to be using with 10% bleach. I process one item at a time, and I always start with evidence items before processing reference items.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in serology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Hannah Burbridge as an expert in serology.
No objection.
So,
No objection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said with other expert witnesses, this particular witness will be qualified in the area of serology to give an opinion in that area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Teresa, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Congratulations on 21
Ms. Burridge,
months.
I'm going to ask you, were you asked to assist in the performances of various DNA analysis in the case of Zachary Hughes?
So I only performed serology for this case. I did not do any DNA analysis.
Okay. Did you perform, but you did perform serology in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And so how did you, what was the first, how did you know to perform serology in this particular case?
The investigator requested DNA evidence to be processed.
Okay, and how was that request made?
Through a form, a DNA analysis request form.
And how do you receive that form?
So we have a digital system that keeps track of all evidence that's in property and evidence that I have access to, and there's a staging location for evidence that's been requested for DNA, and I review those requests through that, and that's how I'm notified, or investigators can request to talk to us about cases.
And when you get this request for whatever particular item of DNA, what do you do?
So as I said before, I review all documentation, including the incident report, crime scene reports, as well as the evidence list, to kind of get an understanding of the case and what evidence is requested and how I would process the evidence that's requested.
And then do you physically go down to property and evidence and obtain that evidence, obtain it?
Yes.
And then what do you do with it once it's in your possession?
It's brought back to the DNA lab, which, as I said before, is a secure location.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 96 and 97. Ask if you recognize these.
She's taking her time on this one.
Yes.
That was the right answer.
And on here, on State's 97, is that your initials right there?
Yes.
And did you go to property and evidence and obtain these particular pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what are they?
Case item number KF-AU1 became our item number 10, which is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Christina Parcell.
Okay, and so you said your item number 10. Explain to the jury how that happens.
So whenever we receive evidence, we label them just to kind of keep track in our system of each item.
Our system doesn't
And so
talk with their system.
when you had the request to get the DNA and you went down to property and evidence, how did you do that?
So we drive to Property and Evidence, which is located at the Law Enforcement Center, and they will provide me with the evidence. It's usually scanned into my custody through our digital barcoding system, which is a digital chain of custody.
And once you receive the evidence, do you inspect it?
Once I am back at the lab and ready to begin processing the evidence, I will be inspecting it.
And what are you inspecting it for?
To ensure that it's the correct items as well as everything is sealed and labeled properly.
Did you inspect these two particular items as well?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you saw about whether they had been tampered with or not?
No.
Did you inspect them to see if they were properly sealed?
Yes.
And was there any issue that you noted on any reports regarding those samples?
I have no notes regarding any issues with the evidence.
If there was something that brought to your attention, would you note that?
Yes, I would document it as well as notify my supervisor immediately.
And would you be able to use it in testing if there was an issue or a contamination or an improper sealing?
Typically, we would not process anything that has not been sealed.
And were these two items sealed properly?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
All right. And is that your initials on there?
Yes.
And would that be when you retrieved it from Property and Evidence?
So typically when I label evidence, that is the day that I'm actually processing it. When I initially am going to open the evidence, I will label it with our lab number, our unique item number, my initials, and the date that I'm processing it.
And did you retrieve this evidence from Property and Evidence?
Yes.
Here at Greenville?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, did you notice any improper sealing or tampering with the item?
No.
And if you had, would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. Let me open that up. And before I ask you that, on the prior exhibit, did you make it a new DNA number, or a new DNA item?
Yes. So originally, case item number BW-A became our item number 11, which was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Michael Manigault.
All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 100.
He's the Rose photographer since he was 6 years old.
Okay. Case item number KF-N1 became our item number 12, a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. This is the one that I processed.
Okay. So that would be what item number?
Originally, case item KF-N1 became our item 12. This is a second buccal swab, was labeled as a different item number.
What item number was that?
KF-N2.
Now, did you retrieve this from property and evidence?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, how did you find it?
It was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you notice that had it been tampered with?
No.
Had there been any issue with the sealing that you noticed?
No.
So in your inspection, was it properly sealed?
Yes.
And where did you take the sample?
At the DNA lab.
I'll show you States Exhibit 94 and 95. Ask if you recognize these.
Feeling a little tired this morning. Gonna blame the little lobster.
Yes.
And what are these?
So case item number KF-AU9 became our item 2, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. And then case item number KF-AU10 became our number item 3, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's left hand.
Did you collect this from the Greenville County Property and Evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall how, when you obtained these items, what condition they were in?
They were sealed.
Any issues with them being marked, open, contaminated, or anything like that?
No.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 98 and 99.
I think a lot of this was planted. The Coke, the pictures happened before, though. That was the harassment. Possibly the roses?
Show you States Exhibit 98 and 99. What are those?
Excuse me. Case item number KF-32A became our item number 5, and it is a sealed package containing swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And then case item KF-32B became our item number 6, a sealed package containing swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
And did you retrieve those from the Greenville County Property and Evidence here in Greenville?
Yes.
And did you notice any issues when you received it from DNA?
No.
Was there any tampering with these items?
They were sealed.
They were sealed properly?
Yes.
All right. So once you get these items back to the DNA lab, what do you do with them?
So they are stored until I'm ready to begin processing. And then, as I said before, once I am ready to begin processing, I'll put on my PPE, clean my work area, and then open one item at a time for processing. Once I'm done taking either testing or taking samples from that item, I'll seal it back up and then move on to the next item. I work all evidence items first before references. Any samples that I take are given their own unique item number and barcode number to maintain chain of custody, and then those items are stored in the freezer until the DNA analyst is ready to begin processing.
Okay, so I'm going to refer you to your reference number 2A and 3A, clippings of right hand, which is 2A.
Ooh, we're gonna do good
what
stuff.
Did you, what testing did you perform on those? Or not testing, what, the right word. Did you take any swabs of it?
Yes. So for item 2, the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand, observation revealed 4 pink fake nails. A swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 2A. So the actual nails, I swabbed the tips of them, and then those swabs became item 2A, which were forwarded for DNA analysis.
And did you do that with your item 3A, the left hand?
Yes, so item 3, the fingernail clippings from the victim's left hand, observation revealed 5 pink fake nails, and a swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 3A.
So tell this jury, so when you get these items out, how are you dressed in order to avoid contamination? Literally, what do you do?
I'm wearing a lab coat, a face mask, and gloves. I change my gloves frequently, as well as cleaning my surface area, any tools that I'm using, and I clean in between items and cases.
And then how do you swab these items?
So for certain items, we're going to take a wet swab. So it's a swab. It looks like a Q-tip, kind of like a long Q-tip, and we will lightly wet it with deionized water, and then proceed to actually swab the areas that I'm intending to swab. And this helps pick up any skin cells that might be present in that particular area.
And did you swab your 2A clippings of the right hand of the victim?
That's what I created, the swabs, item 2A.
And then where do you place that swab?
They're placed in DNA Freezer 1, which is where the DNA analyst will then pick them up from.
And what about your items 5A and 6A, the handlebars of the bike, right and left side?
So item 5, the swab from the right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, since that was already a swab, I am just taking a portion of that. So I literally cut a portion of that swab, place that sample into a tube, and that gets labeled as item 5A and forwarded for DNA analysis. And then item 6, the swab from the left handle brake, I did the same thing. That gets taken a sample forward as item 6A.
And did you put that in a secure storage location?
Yes, those would have been stored in DNA Freezer 1 as well.
Now, in regards to your, what I'll call them knowns, which would be your 10A, 11A, and 12A, 10A being the victim's known, Michael Manigault's known being your 11A, and Zachary Hughes's being your known 12A. How do you process the knowns?
So as I said before, the knowns are processed last because they're reference items. They're swabs. Buccal swabs are swabs from the inside of your cheek. So they're direct DNA references taken from that specific person, and that's what's used to compare to evidence items. So I would process them the same way by opening one at a time. Since it's a swab, I'm taking a portion of that swab, putting it in a tube, and labeling that as its own unique item number. So for item 10, buccal swab from Christina Parcell, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 10A. Item 11, a buccal swab from Michael Manigault, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 11A. And buccal swab from Zachary Hughes, which was originally item 12, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 12A. And then those would have been stored in the freezer as well.
So how do you take a sample?
I'm literally cutting the swab with scissors, clean scissors.
Now, is this done at a different time than the sort of the suspect, the unknown swabs?
Yes, the evidence items I'm processing first, and then reference items are processed last, so they're separated by time and space from the evidence items.
How much time and space?
Typically, it could be a few minutes to an hour. It just depends on when I'm actually processing the evidence.
And then in between, are y'all cleaning?
Yes, I clean in between each item.
Your Honor, state moves 96 and 97 in, 111, 100, 95, 94, 99, and 98.
Your Honor, I object to the introduction of all these exhibits pursuant to Rule 901. The state has failed to adequately establish a chain of custody, failed to authenticate it. That would be our objection.
Your objection is noted for the record, overruled, consistent with State v. Hatcher, Trap, and other cases. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. We feel the chain under those cases has been met. All of the swabs were taken by witnesses that have already testified. They all testified they put it into property and evidence. Ms. Burbage just testified that she received it from property evidence in a good condition, non-contaminated condition, that she could use and be able to analyze.
And I think the state v. handled it. But your objection is noted for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
The state doesn't want this in because it's bad for the defense, or the defense doesn't want it in because it's bad for their client. Judge says it's coming in. Chain of custody was presented. Everything's valid.
Now, Ms. Burbage, who actually did the DNA testing in this?
Tim Knopfseeker.
All right. And would he have handled other items? Would he have gone and gotten other items from property and evidence?
I would have to refer to the chain of custody. Occasionally, I will pick up additional items later on for additional testing, but I don't actually open them and take samples. For instance, if reference items are submitted later on, I may pick them up from property and evidence with my other evidence, but the analyst can cut it and take it forward for analysis on their own, and the chain of custody would reflect this.
Do you recall taking any other pieces of evidence from property and evidence to the DNA lab?
I have about almost 30 items that I have processed for this case.
Can you check your notes, and did you take references to John Mello, Brad Post, and Alex Fields?
A lot of notes.
I did not process those.
So you didn't cut the little ends and put it and have it ready for DNA on those three?
No.
Your Honor, just for clarifications, I've got states 96, 97, 111, 100, 95, 94, 98, and 99 into evidence.
Just to make sure they've already been.
Okay, your objections? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's objections.
And just to be clear, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So Mr. Wilkins references that those are already in evidence.
That's correct. I'm just crossing my T's, double checking. Those are the ones we discussed and that we're putting it out.
For the record, make sure it is absolutely clear, 96, 97, 111, 100, 94, 95, 98, and 99 are all into evidence. And your objections, no.
Thank you.
All right. And I've already referenced cases.
So I'm going to count one more objection
That's all
there.
state has,
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
No cross.
Thank you.
Now we need the other guy to come and testify and say what the matches were. The guy who actually tested the clippings.
Your Honor, the state's calls Tim Massinger.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
He's the tester of DNA stuff.
Please state your name for the record.
Timothy Knopfziger Jr.
Mr. Massinger, with whom are you employed?
I work for the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do for the forensic DNA?
I'm the DNA technical leader.
And what does that mean?
So I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations, and I also am a DNA analyst and work casework as well.
It's turned completely facing the jury.
Yes, sir.
So what is, do you get a special title or anything?
DNA technical leader, that's what it is.
Get paid extra.
So as the DNA technical leader, what are your main job duties?
So like I said, I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations. I oversee casework. I do casework myself.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been in that position about 1.5 years.
And how long have you worked at the lab?
I've worked at the lab for about 11.5 years.
Before that, were you into the DNA world?
This is my first job in forensic DNA.
Tell us a little bit about your background and history.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Clemson University, a master's degree in entomology from Auburn University.
Nice.
And when I was employed here, I started as a serologist, and I was trained in all the methods that we use in the lab. I also then was trained in DNA analysis methods, became a DNA analyst, and then eventually was promoted to DNA technical leader.
And tell us a little bit about the training that you go through.
So we do a system where we have mock evidence that we put, mock samples. There's a written exam. There are we do mock cases, and then we do a competency exam as well. Also, twice a year, we do proficiency testing, which are cases that are provided to us from an outside company that we don't know the answers to. We have to test them, give them back our answers, and they make sure we got the right answers.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
From including my serology, I've worked several thousand items of evidence over my career.
And tell us a little bit about the lab. When was it established, and how did that happen?
So the lab first began working cases in 2011.
And to be established as a DNA lab, you have to get certified?
Yes, so we're an accredited lab. We're accredited through an organization called ANAB. We're under the standards, the ISO 17025 standards, and the FBI's quality assurance standards.
And are y'all reaccredited every year?
We undergo some level of an audit every year. Our full reaccreditation audits are every 4 years.
And are y'all currently accredited?
We are.
Have you always been accredited?
Yes.
And are there, we'll call them spot checks on where folks come in and kind of make sure you're doing everything correctly?
That's correct. We have, when we undergo an audit, these are outside people who come in and look at all our stuff. They look at our policies or procedures. They observe people working in the lab. They take a representative sample of cases and look through all our case files, our methods, our results to see if they can find any issues while comparing with the standards that we have to follow.
And have y'all always got a good grade on all that?
Yes, we've passed every audit.
Yay.
Now, did you do any prep work in this particular case?
With any case like this, typically we're having to look into the case details to determine what the best avenue of testing the evidence is, depending on the type of evidence, what we're looking for in a case.
Did you retrieve any items from the property and evidence for processing?
Most of the items I tested were prepared by our serologists in the lab. I did pick up 3 references.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101 and ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a buccal swab from John Mello.
And how did you obtain this this item?
I would have received it from our property and evidence department.
And sort of the same way that Ms. Burbage just testified to?
That's right.
And when you obtained this this item, how did it appear to you?
So whenever I pick up evidence items, I check the packaging, make sure everything is properly sealed and labeled, and it was.
Was there any tampering or any kind of cuts on the items before you took it back? And if there was, would you have noticed that?
I would have.
And would you have documented that?
I would have.
And would you have tested it otherwise?
Most likely not.
And what is this? What is John Mello's swab? Your reference number now?
So I gave it, our item number is item 27.
27. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. It's already been admitted into evidence. Just get you to identify that.
Yes, this is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. This is this one you've handed me is DHE1. The one I tested was DHE, or I'm sorry, you handed me DH-E2. The one I tested was DH-E1.
Please support, Your Honor. One of them got admitted into evidence.
We can take a quick break.
Here. There it is, Your Honor.
Found it.
Got stuck over here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, I recognize this. This is our item 25, sealed package containing buccal swab from Post Bradley.
Okay. And did you collect this piece?
I obtained it I got it from our property and evidence department.
And when you retrieved it, did you inspect it?
Yes, I did.
And was it properly sealed?
It was.
And if it wasn't properly sealed, would you have noticed that?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have noted that in your documents?
I would have.
And would you have tested it?
No.
And finally, State's Exhibit 181. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, case item number JDS1.
And did you retrieve that from property and evidence?
I did.
And was it properly sealed?
Yes, it was.
Our state moves items 11, 181, and 101.
Your Honor, I would object to citing 901 to say that property damage changes.
Your objection is noted for the record. I overrule and consistent with the cases of Hatcher and the other cases which I've mentioned earlier, 11, 181, and 101.
You guys, Exhibit 11, correct?
11, 181, and 101.
So thank you.
Are admitted into evidence.
Defense is still trying to object to get these out. They're coming in.
All right, Mr. Nafsinger, I don't think I've moved to qualify you as an expert yet. Your Honor, I moved to qualify Mr. Nafsinger as an expert.
Your man inquires in what the field is.
In DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with
It's
other
important.
experts, this witness will be qualified.
The state's like
to
nearly
testify
dropping the
under
ball
the
here a
DNA
couple times.
Analysis, and he can give his opinion in that area. However, it does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is an evidence for you to consider and use in any way you see fit, and give it the weight and credibility that you feel is appropriate. You can consider it.
So, Mr. Nafsinger, tell us how you analyzed the items that you just referenced and the ones that in general, and that Ms. Burbage referenced as well.
So there's 4 basic steps to DNA analysis. So first is called extraction. We have to basically break the cells open and get the DNA out of the cells. And then we have to do a process called quantification, which is where we simply find out how much DNA is present in the sample. Then we do a process called amplification, which is where we make lots of copies of specific areas of DNA. And then we put those copies onto our genetic analyzer, which then produces a DNA profile. Then we have to interpret the DNA profile. DNA is a comparison science. The only way we can know whose DNA is present on an evidence item is if we have a known sample, such as a buccal swab, to compare to it.
Hold tight just for a second.
Now, Ms. Burbage testified about taking clips.
We're pausing. There's a lot of discussion about the stuff that's not involved in this case that the judge's rule has to stay out. It's terrible. It's real. Yes, it's all true. That's basically where we're at. Talking about it and getting into some of the detail you're getting into in chat hurts the channel. It basically just takes away any earning potential for the channel for the day. So we'd ask that you move on from that. It's not allowed in. The jury's not going to hear about it. It is something that the judge gets to rule on. It's not. I don't believe it's a constitutional right that the defendant should have been able to allow that to be presented, because the judge properly has authority to determine what is evidence in court and what is not. And the probative effect versus prejudicial effect came in here, and the judge made the ruling. He made the call. If it's a problem, the appeals will take it up, but we can't. I just ask we don't go into, let's move on and try to focus on the facts of the case. Otherwise, it might just zoink us for the day. We don't want that. So, all right, jumping back.
Things in swabs, are those the items that you tested?
Yes, they are.
All right, and so, and I'm just going to go over, tell this jury the knowns that you tested in your reference item.
So I did a total of 6 reference items. Item 10A was a sample of buccal swab from Christina Parcell. Item 11A was sample of buccal swab from Michael Manigault. Item 12A was sample of buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. Item 25 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. Item 26 was a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, and item 27 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from John Mello.
Okay.
All right. So, what is a reference sample?
So a reference sample is just a known sample of somebody's DNA. That's so that we can compare the profile that we get from that reference sample to whatever we find on the evidence.
And then those reference numbers that I'm referring to, are those just the numbers that you refer to in your report?
That's right.
And then you generate a report describing your findings?
That's right.
And then what do you call the items that you're trying to see if there's DNA matching to them?
So we'll call those questioned items because we don't know what we're going to find on them when we go to test them.
All right. And so in this case, what question items did you compare to? Compare the reference items to?
Well, I did quite a few, a lot of them.
Okay, let's talk about it. So about how many items do you think that you tested in this particular case?
Let me check my report.
And you can give an estimation.
More than 20, it looks like.
And so I'm going to refer you to your reference items 2A and 5A and 6A. Can you tell the jury what those items are?
So item 5A is sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And item 6A is sample of swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
Okay. And so just give another general description. In the lab, you've got, and this is 5A and 6A, the swabs of the black Kona bicycle. It is just a clipping of that swab that you're using.
That's correct.
And that is the swab that that Hannah Burbage process or prepared for you.
That's correct.
All right. And where did you get that swab from?
I got it from DNA Freezer 1 in the DNA lab.
Is that a secure location?
It is. The entire DNA lab is secure with only key card access, only accessible by the people who work there, and there's an alarm system.
And what measures do you instill to make sure that there's no cross-contamination from the reference samples?
So when I'm doing my extractions, the questioned items are extracted at a separate time and space than the known samples. So when I'm handling the questioned items, I have not handled any of the reference items yet. And so anytime I'm doing my processes manually, I'm only having one tube open at a time, and I'm only working question items, and then later I work the reference items. Later on, some of our processes involve robotics, and all our robotics have passed extensive validation tests that have also been audited when we get audited. And a part of those validation processes are contamination assessments, where we basically set it up to try to force it to contaminate and set up where we would very easily see if it did, and they've always passed.
And so do y'all have sort of safety measurements in place inside the lab to make sure there's no contamination or other issues arising out of the testing?
Yes, so in addition to those precautions, I'm obviously wearing protective equipment. So I've got a mask, gloves, a lab coat, change my gloves frequently. We also work with controls. So with every extraction batch, I have what's basically called a reagent blank, which is just an empty tube that I do everything to it, the same thing I'm doing to all the other samples, and I run it just like all the other samples to see if anything shows up in there, because we would see it if some DNA is being transferred between samples.
And do y'all have a peer review system?
We do.
And how does that work?
So we do 2 reviews. We have a technical review and an administrative review, and the main point of the review is another analyst who's fully qualified to do the same processes that I did goes through and looks at all of my data, essentially reinterprets everything, makes sure they agree with all my conclusions, that they don't find any issues with what I did, and no report is released until it passes review.
So in reference to 5A handlebar, right handlebar Kona bike, in reference to 6A left handlebar of the Conabite, did you compare that swab to your knowns in this particular case?
I did.
And what was your conclusions of that?
Here we go.
So for item 5A, which was a sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, my findings were the DNA obtained from item 5A is a mixture of a major male individual and at least one trace contributor. The major contributor matches the DNA of Zachary Hughes. A match between the DNA result of item 5A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 2 septillion times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Upon establishing Zachary Hughes as a contributor to this mixture based on the match statistics, Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 5A. Due to limited data of the remaining alleles, there is no statistical support for an inclusion or exclusion between item 5A and Christina Parcell.
His DNA is on his bike.
What does that last part mean, inclusion or exclusion of Christina Parcell?
It basically means no conclusive determination can be made for this individual.
Yeah, that's not a smoking gun. His DNA
So
is
now
on
I'm
his
going to
bike.
refer you to your items 2A and 3A. 2A being the clippings of the right hand of Christina Parcell.
This is going to be more informative.
Did you have the?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't really have a question.
I was just going to ask him if he compared that to the known references.
So I had items 2A and 3A. 2A was a swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. Item 3A was swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's left hand.
2 is right.
Item
3 is
3A,
left
PCR
hand.
procedures for autosomal DNA analysis were not performed on item 3A due to the presence of large amounts of total DNA compared to male-specific Y chromosomal DNA. That is a case, basically, when we do our quant, or when we see how much DNA is there, we can see how much, in situations like this, we can see how much female DNA is present versus how much male DNA is present. And if it's too little, the next processes won't show up the male contributor because there's just too much female DNA. It's kind of like trying to hear your phone ring in a rock concert. It just gets overwhelmed. So at that point, we stopped with that sample.
So you're referring to the clippings of the left hand?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and for reference, the items that you're dealing with are literally swabs. They're very tiny.
That's right.
All right. And so, did you have the occasion to test the clippings from Christina Parcell's right hand, which is your reference item 2A, to the knowns?
Yes, I did. So for item 5A, or I'm sorry, for item 2A, swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. My findings
Your
were...
Honor, and I'm going to object pursuant to Rule 403. It's our position that says no probative value based on their inability to properly establish chain pursuant to 9.
There's third objection on this. It's coming in.
Good again.
It's
So
got to be bad.
For the record, I find that Rule 403 is extremely probative and substantially outweighs any unfair prejudice. But your objection is noted on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll refer you back to clippings of the right hand 2A.
Yes.
And compared to our known references there.
So the DNA obtained from item 2A is a mixture of at least 2 individuals, a major female and a minor male. Assuming Christina Parcell is the major contributor to this mixture based on this being an intimate sample, a match between the minor DNA result of item 2A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 2A.
That's the problem for the defendant, right?
So did you just tell this jury that Zachary Hughes' DNA is 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual located under Christina Parcells' fingernails?
So what that stat means is it's called a likelihood ratio. And basically we're looking at two hypotheses as an explanation for the evidence profile that we find in the sample. So for every comparison, and we compared all the people to it, for every comparison, the first hypothesis is that this person's DNA is the best explanation for what we found on the evidence. And the other hypothesis is that it's somebody else in the random unrelated population. And so we're able to do statistics on this. And so it's kind of like sort of a seesaw effect. So when you have, for example, I read an inconclusive one recently, that's where it's kind of balanced, like it's not really tilting one way or another. If it's an exclusion, it means it's tilting toward someone in the random population is the better hypothesis to explain the evidence. And when it tilts the other way, which it did in this case, that's giving strong support for the hypothesis that that person's DNA is the best explanation for the evidence.
So what is the lowest probability standard that you would be permitted to report?
Per our lab policy, the lowest we'll report is a match score of 1,000.
And this one was 825 million?
That's correct.
Zach, buddy. You might need to testify and explain why your DNA got under her fingernails on her right hand.
Please answer any questions, defense counsel.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Okay, sir.
Please, just move on. Jury, don't pay any attention to that data you just heard. Jury's not allowed to take notes, by the way. They just have to remember this. That's why the prosecutor tried to sort of double dip there and say, "Are you telling this jury that it's 829 million times?" Quick sidebar. We're not even at 1 billion yet. So you're saying there's a chance. It's hard to believe weapon of choice. Weapon was knife when fingers could get slashed. Her fingers, she did have cuts on her hand. Poll for if Zach will testify. Here's what we have. We've got video of his car with the bike in the back that matches the video with the bike in the neighborhood, with video that looks like somebody wearing the same sort of clothing was going into the house. Everything, all those little videos, even though they're not very clear, seem to point to him. I realized the neighbor lady who looked out the window and saw, the bike and says she recognized the face. Her testimony might be a little shaded. I don't know how to say that. I think her testimony is influenced by what she's seen about this case over time. That's the gut feel I got on that one. I don't think that's just pure testimony. I think she wants to testify the way she did, and it may be the majority of it true, but I think it sort of got filled in over time. But even without her, there's some pretty strong evidence. The phone messages, the decrypted. We've done some decrypting on the WhatsApp messages, trying to understand what's happened there. It doesn't look good for Zach. And now the DNA is a huge issue. That's physical evidence that should not be there.
Back up. Anything further from the state?
State rest, Your Honor.
State rest.
Oh, whoa!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a surprise for you, a Valentine's Day surprise. We are going to stop for the day.
The state rested.
And I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to ask that you return Tuesday morning. We do have Monday off. Again, I need to just go over this with you. Obviously, there is media coverage in this case, and you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage over this extended weekend of this trial. You should not do any research, go on the internet, look up anybody that's involved. In this case, if you have notifications, as I've previously told you, I would really just respectfully ask that you cut those off. As I've told you before, and I asked you yesterday, I will be randomly asking if you have seen anything, heard anything. And again, it is just to, it's so important to the integrity of this trial and justice and fairness to the defense and the state, and that you only consider evidence that comes in through this courtroom. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or begin any type of deliberation whatsoever until I instruct you that you can begin those deliberations. Do not discuss this with family members, spouses, friends, until after your jury service is completed. And if anyone approaches you to talk about this case at any time, I need for you to inform me.
Punch him in the mouth.
Okay?
Oh, no.
I hope y'all have
Don't do
a
that.
nice
Sorry.
extended weekend, and I thank you on behalf of Greenville County and the state of South Carolina for your service and your attentiveness in this trial.
Yes, Mello is charged with conspiracy in this one, but it's a separate trial. His trial's not happened yet. So as the jury leaves, that was a surprise. I mean, I realize we're near the end of the evidence, but it just seemed quick. There's so many parts and pieces to this trial that it just seemed like that was rapid. We'll keep listening just for a minute to see if there's any more audio from the trial. But with defense now taking over. On tomorrow morning, the biggest issue, I mean, they can probably attack the neighbor lady pretty well, and she seemed to remember more things on the stand than she remembered the day of. Okay, that's an issue. That's an issue for that one. It doesn't negate everything, but you have to sort of believe that she's not 100% truthful. Or anyway, we've talked about her. The bike, circumstantial, right? It's like there's a bike that sort of looks the same. The clothing, well, one's gray, one's black, one has a hoodie, one has a hat. You can probably just say, coincidental again. The DNA, they're going to have to say what? That he worked in the house a couple of weeks before, and his DNA was somewhere, and it just so happens that by chance, I mean, it was it months before he'd worked in the house? By chance, the victim, the day she gets unalived, happens to have touched an area where his DNA has resided this whole time and got it under her fingernails before she died. That's going to be a harder sell. He was in the house. Didn't he work in the house with Michael, the guy who wore the pink shirt with the red jacket, and do some work there for, wasn't it that house? I thought the two worked together, like cleaning it up. Anyway, it's let's see, somebody's calling in. Oh. Hang on, Debbie, hang on. Okay, Debbie, before you share, I have some rules. We don't talk about cheese pizza, right? Debbie, can you hear me?
What? I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm just confused.
Cheese pizza is Runkle's term for it. We don't talk about the stuff that's outside of court.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
I wasn't going to talk about that.
You said, I saw your chat earlier. You said you had a theory on something.
That's what I want to talk about.
What's that?
Okay, the majority of the lab people, I don't know if he did it every time, but the majority, the defense objected on chain of custody.
Right.
Right?
3 times they objected chain of custody.
And then the last witness was, yeah, he tested some DNA, but he was like the top DNA guy, right? And they asked questions about like quality control questions and like how they get audited and that kind of stuff. I've not listened to any podcast or anything about this case at all. I just started watching the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Did something happen in the lab that we don't know about?
Okay.
Was there some kind of mix-up or something that happened?
I don't think he says that they've passed every single audit they had. The questions didn't come from defense. The questions came from the state, trying to say basically how trustworthy the lab is. He says we basically get everything right. We don't make mistakes. They
Right,
are
but
accredited both from the
are they
FBI and
trying-
from the National Accreditation Board, whatever. So say that again. What are you getting at?
So is the state trying to make it like get ahead of the defense? Is the defense going to get up there and say that the lab screwed something up? Is the state trying to get ahead of it by saying that they've passed all of their inspections and stuff?
They may have, but if they did a good enough job. This defense has said no questions. They're not asking the guy a single question. So it would be hard for them to argue that when they had an opportunity to delve into that, they didn't have anything to say. So I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they really have a leg to stand on if that's going to be their defense at closing, that the lab could have screwed up. Then why didn't you ask some questions and bring that to light?
Yeah, okay, I see. I thought it was weird that he kept making that objection.
I think it was just because it's such a problem. That evidence is so problematic.
He just wanted to get it out.
He just wanted to throw everything at the wall to keep it out. The three objections we heard today, those were just in court. This has been fought. They've been fighting this piece of evidence from the very beginning. So there's all sorts of pretrial on this as well. But that's why the judge, and I think, if anything, I think the judge might have made a mistake when he answered the last objection, when he said, I find that it's very probative. I don't think it's right for the judge to announce in front of the jury how important the evidence is to him. The jury gets to decide that. He gets to decide whether or not it should be allowed. He should say it's more probative than prejudicial. But finding it's very probative, it almost puts an emphasis on what you're about to hear to the jury. So that was the only thing I found that was a problem there. But, yeah. I mean, they're trying.
And I want to say something to the chat. This is my opinion, and everybody has their own opinion. But I think the fact that he may have had a good motive does not mean that he's not guilty. That's just all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's all I'm going to say about that.
It's funny when you're watching a murder trial, and all the players, including the victims and the friends and everybody, of all of them, the defendant looks like the good guy. It's like we're watching a trial of Robin Hood here, you know. So it's like, right. King John, bad guy, yeah, bad guy. Yeah, we've got all these players, and it's terrible. It's terrible that this happens this way. But you know, the way our justice system works, you don't take the law into your own hands. You don't say, "Well,
right,
I'm going to fix this problem," and it appears that, I don't know, was that the motive? Possibly. I mean, we haven't gone into anything that way, but I don't know if it was a Robin Hood situation where it's just, I'm here to right wrongs, right? I am the Green Arrow or whatever. I'm the superhero in a cape. You know, I do what the police can't do because they have their limitations. If it was that, then how do you explain the photos that clearly? I think the evidence would point to Zach being involved in getting those sent out and sending them and dropping them off in the mailbox and doing all the blackmail. How do you explain that? Because that was not involved. That didn't involve the same thing. That wasn't involved this affair and her previous life, which may have involved some escort service work and things like that. That's not Robin Hood, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And if the white powder was if it wasn't if he didn't intend to go over there to do what he did, if he was intending to plant the white powder, that's a bad thing too. Yeah. So he's not, he's not a good guy in all this, even, you know what I mean? The only innocent in this is the child.
Yeah.
Basically.
And that's a sad thing. That's terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just thought it was weird that he kept that was the objection.
Well, I don't think
maybe something happened, but you're right. He would have asked at the time, When
well, you
look at
the other objections and what it's got relevance. Well, DNA at the crime scene, that's pretty relevant. He really didn't have anything else to throw at the fan. other than the chain of custody. And unfortunately for the defendant, it was well documented. So, and there were no issues. There's no paperwork with a missing entry. There was no, we don't know how it got to the crime lab, but it must have been a police officer that took it. There's none of those. If there was something like that, I think the judge should have thrown it out in a heartbeat. But it was clean transfer of evidence from when it was collected at the crime scene all the way through the testing. No tampering, just anywhere else. So it's in. Debbie, thank you very much. I appreciate the call.
All right.
We'll see you.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Good stuff there. Okay, so we are now completely caught up on this trial. There are a couple smaller courts that are out and about happening. We could do some court hopping if you guys want, but it's also, let's see. Trying to see what's happening here. Hang on one second.
Oh, go back in front of the clerk, please.
Sorry, I just saw this court pop up, and it has a cool roof. I'll watch it for a second.
Dr. Bullbutter.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Dr. Bullbutter, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday, dude. Listen, what I wanted to say about the case, nobody said yet.
Uh-oh. Is it because we're not supposed to talk about it, or?
No. It has nothing to do with the
cheese pizza.
Yeah, no cheese pizza. No pizza will be talked about at all.
Good.
No. What I wanted to say was, if by chance the defense decides that they're not going to put on a case because the state has rested, like state just rested, right?
Yeah.
So we're out of the state's case. Defense doesn't have to put on a case because it's all the state's.
They have no burden.
The state's burden, right? Mm-hmm. So defense could say, "Forget you. We're not going to do anything. You've got to prove everything, right?"
Right.
So all they have to do, if they want to, is cross people. So they could stand up and say, "You haven't met your burden. You didn't prove that our guy did it." Like, we move for a directed verdict, and then if they don't get it, they could still say, they didn't prove it.
Yeah.
Defense arrest.
Yeah, and we've seen that. We saw that in our previous trial.
Yeah. But the problem is, if they do that, they screw the state, because the state, I think, is banking on the fact that they're going to get some amount of rebuttal, because, Scott, nobody has tied any of this together for the jury. All they
need to have,
about it.
They can still tie it together at closing, right? They can make their argument.
They can, but they can. But think about it. The jury hasn't been able to take notes, so I don't have any idea. Their head must be swimming.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially with all the players. We were confused, and we had the internet and could rewind and everything else.
Right.
It's going to be a tough one for the jury to figure out. I think they probably have learned the basics of it now, though.
They don't have, any kind of timeline.
No.
Nobody's put it all together and said A, B, C, and D. And so what I was thinking was, okay, well, they ended with the DNA because that's their strongest part of the case, and you always end with your strongest thing.
Yeah.
But science is really dry and really boring, and I can say that because I'm a doctor and I'm a science person, and it's really boring. I think I can say that. It's not boring to me, but it's boring to everybody else. And so people would not normally end with DNA. I think the state is banking on the fact that that's not going to be their end. I think they're going to want to put somebody on in rebuttal.
I think,
but they may not.
They may have some rebuttal in case the state chooses to present something. But I think they pretty much left it all on the table. It would be foolish of the state at this point to save the ace in the hole for the gotcha moment at the end. You really have to play all your cards because the defense can choose not to put any testimony up, and then you're done.
And it would be such a mess. I don't know. I just worry about the poor jury not being able to take notes.
Yeah.
And because if I had to sit on this jury and I couldn't, Scott, when we first landed in this case, I'm telling you, I did not understand at all who Zach Hughes was. I didn't know why he was the defendant. We were talking about Mello, and
we've hardly heard anything about Zach.
I know. Who is this guy Mello? And he's not even in the case. He's not in the room. It's all a big. I think it's a big. I think a lot of things are going to be up in air for people that haven't been able to look anything up.
Well, I think what's going to happen. Obviously, we don't know what defense is going to do. They reserved the right to give their open after the state rested, so that they still have the opportunity to give their open. But that opening statement it's not a chance to make an argument. So if they are not going to call any witnesses, they should not give an opening statement. There's nothing, because you're basically telling the jury, here's what you're about to hear from our witnesses. So you have to at least intend to have some witnesses to be able to make that statement. And if you make a big opening statement and then don't present anything, that's like saying, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show tonight. I hope you enjoy it. We've got, acts A, B, C, and D, and then nothing happens.
I think that's why they reserved their openings, because they didn't want to give away what their arguments were going to be, and because they didn't want to promise anything that then they weren't going to deliver, because you don't want to do that to a jury. You don't want to promise something and then not deliver. Juries don't like that. Yeah. So, none of us like that.
I think they might need to, I don't know. Zach, it's usually a bad idea for a defendant to get up and testify. It usually is. Most of the time, it opens the door to things that you didn't want to come out or might not have come out. But what else can they do?
Except in this case, you have to remember. In this case, though, he's Juilliard trained. Mm-hmm. This guy is a performer. I would bet. I don't know. I haven't seen this guy. I haven't seen anything major. There are only a few of his videos on his YouTube channel.
Right.
There aren't that many, but he really is. He is legit.
I think he posts more on Instagram. If you go follow him on Instagram, he's got a lot of videos there.
So I have a thing for Juilliard. My mom likes to tell the story that my dad could have gone to Juilliard. So I have this soft spot for Juilliard.
Well, it's the best of the best when it comes to music training. That is the top.
Yeah.
So
so I have a thing for it. Well, anyway, he's quite the performer. So I don't worry about him being on the stand at all.
I think that helped him more in court. He's used to being in front of large audiences, dealing with nerves and being calm. He's probably very good at that. But it's different being cross-examined.
If he testifies, though, I don't know if the prosecution would be able to shake him. I just don't know that. I don't know that. Yeah. I know. I only know my own training to become a doctor. I go in a different space, and you can't. I go into my own space where you can't freak out. So what happens in an emergency for me is I deal with the emergency. I deal with whatever the emergency is, whatever it is. And my nerves are fine. And then I get through the emergency and I completely melt down.
Yeah. You're able to compartmentalize and focus on what needs to happen right now and put all your feelings in a box for later.
Right. I had to learn how to do that, because if I couldn't learn to do that, then I could never do anything. I couldn't treat patients. I couldn't do any of that. So I don't know. I wonder if putting him on the stand would be a problem. I don't know that. We haven't seen enough of him to know what he'd be like. Like with Sarah Boone, we knew what a mess she would be, because we saw like the body cam footage, we saw interviews and stuff. We knew.
We saw in the WhatsApp messages with Mello, the reference to getting a lawyer right away. And he was, when the police showed up at his house, right? He was on the phone. He had his phone in his hand. He was on the phone with his lawyer when they showed up at his house, right?
Right.
So he knew what was happening. And he probably followed the lawyer's advice. And that's why we don't know anything else. He didn't talk. He lawyered up immediately.
Right. That might mean that he's not likely to take the stand. I mean, he has, but he's also got apparently, and I don't think this is really giving anything away per se. I was listening to something by 6 News, which is just a local news to South Carolina.
We learned about them from Murdaugh. They did a great job.
Yeah. I was listening to them kind of just give a little bit of local flavor. Mm-hmm. And they were saying that he's got lots of support in the courtroom, like a ton.
Well, he's famous, basically. He performs down there. Yeah. A lot of people, have seen him in a different setting where he's playing beautiful music and it's hard to sort of say, hey, that's the guy that plays at the concert, and he brutally stabbed somebody 35 times. It's. So
I just don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you shake the DNA evidence.
It's tough. Zachary Anderson, a tiny speck of, not even blood, just DNA, in the wrong spot, and it was not his blood. It was the victim's blood or it was DNA from the victim. I can't say it was blood, in the back of his van, and he got convicted. Here we have the defendant's DNA under the victim's fingernails. That's a much more incriminating place to be, if you ask me, when it comes to a crime
underneath
scene.
Her fingernails. Yeah, like you would have to. I mean, there would have to be a really good reason. I mean, underneath fingernails.
I would say I would not be surprised if there was a court case where that's the only bit of evidence, physical evidence that comes in, and they could get a conviction. That is very compelling evidence. Especially when you've got all the other circumstantial stuff with it.
Absolutely would. I absolutely would. I think that would be enough in my mind to do it. But we've seen crazier things.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Colin Griffith walk away.
That was a surprise. Yeah.
So we've seen juries do all kinds of things. I mean, I watched all the way through the O.J. Simpson trial as it happened, and that shocked me. Juries will do what juries will do, and who knows? He's a celebrity down there. I don't know if they're going to let him go. None of us do. Yeah. I mean, and if they decide they don't like the victim, or if they decide somehow that it's the victim's boyfriend, that's him going in orange to testify, even if they don't know why. I mean, it didn't look good. It didn't look good at all.
Yeah.
If they can pin it on him, they absolutely would. I mean, Scott, his 911 call, tell me that's not bizarre.
It's different, but he was a different dude. I mean, he did things a little differently than most. Most of us, when we get a girlfriend, we don't clone their phone.
I
keep a
I
copy with
know,
us.
I honest to goodness, I don't know. I don't understand in my brain. Don't explain it to me. I don't want to know. But in my brain, I don't know why you would or why you would have to.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I understand why criminals would do it for people they want to take advantage of, but I don't understand why he would have done it.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Yep. Dr.
But
Bullbutter, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to do a quick
Anyway,
recap a little bit, but I appreciate the call and thanks for.
It's just it's a lot of back and forth, and I really don't know who's going to come out in this. Usually, I know how I feel about it, but I want to say thank you for covering it. It really is. If I had written this, or anybody had written this, like everybody would say, "There's no way. How could this be real?"
The cast of characters out of the country, getting the Hague involved. It's
Senator Lindsey Graham. Like,
yes, you've got a fact pattern in this one that is, the cast of characters is huge. You've got players all over the place, and the way they intersect in different ways, both between this is a relative and they work over here at the, it's bizarre. It's really, really wild. Sort of like made for TV.
It's the most bizarre thing, and I feel bad for the daughter.
Yeah.
I hope she ends up okay in all of this, but it's so sad.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
Yep. Dr. Woolworth,
Anyway.
thank you. I've got to answer this question for Melissa. I've been waiting on it for just a minute, but thank you
so much.
very much.
Anyway,
good talking to you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Melissa, thanks for waiting for this question. Michael Manigault, he was the witness who walked in and he was wearing a pink shirt and a red suit coat. And he is also the one at the very end who said, yeah, he's a really nice guy off the record. That's him. Where he comes in is he worked with the defendant for about a 2-week period doing some cleanup in the house that would become where the crime scene later on. And that was way back. So he worked for Mr. Mello doing cleanup in that house. And so he knew Zach and knew Mr. Mello. Turns out he knew Mr. Mello more than just like, I just picked this guy up off the street and said, hey, do you want to do some labor? I've got a job for a week or so. No, they've got like Facebook photos together and pictures. TYO Toys did a little dig on this over the weekend. They're connected a little closer that way. But that's who he is. He was cleared as a suspect pretty early on, but he was a fun witness. We liked him. Let's see. Other than that, so the players as we know them. I mean, we know all the parts. Christina is the victim. Lived with her sister. No, it was Mello's house, not the house where Christina and her sister lived. So, okay, Sherry, I thought. Okay, so I thought it was Mello's house and became Christina's house Christina bought it, but she wanted it for a long time. Was it not Mello's that she bought it from him? Because if that's the case, Christy, thank you for if I'm completely wrong, it eliminates any reason the defense might say here's why his DNA should be there. I thought that was the same house. Crime scene was the sister's house. She bought it. She'd wanted to buy it for a long time. I thought it was Mello's. Let's see. The sister did buy the house. She owned it at the time, not Mello's. Nope, not Mello's. Okay. Now defense, if it's not Mello's house, why is Zach's DNA under the victim's fingernails? There's now no reason. Zero. Okay. I'm sorry for spreading that. That's how I thought I heard it. So, man. Oh. This is a bad deal. I can't see a way out of this for Zach. Maybe on appeal. Maybe the judge made a wrong call on this one. But the way the facts have been presented to the jury, he can't have an alibi. I was somewhere else. Okay, we've got the connection to Mello. They're talking clearly about the victim. We see all the emails back and forth, the send the photos, to release them. They were talking about the escort employment, and it clearly looks like he was connected to disseminating that stalking / harassment material. And now the DNA. I don't know how he gets out of this one.
Master Ayden.
Hey, Master Ayden, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man? Enjoying my day off.
Okay.
I don't want to boost your ego up too much, but I'm more than sure a lot of lawyers, judges, and professionals come to this channel for your intake, because you really do point out some good things that most people that are actual, they get paid for this kind of stuff, lawyers, and they don't make those kind of points.
Well, I'm just reading chat. When I make a good point, it's generally because somebody shared it in chat with me, and I'm like, "That's interesting," and then I share with y'all.
Right.
So
I
appreciate
there's
that.
proof in the pudding. You've been in court before, but you do have an amazing chat. But I know there's. They're not going to come out and say it, but I know there's a lot of lawyers that come on this chat.
Yeah. We love having some of the legal professionals. I just got a text from somebody saying, "Hey, this is my specialty. If you have any questions, I can answer that."
Right.
I appreciate that. It's as far as this case goes, do you have a gut feel?
Yeah. I was going to make a point to the lady that came on here. I think he should go up there and testify. It's gonna bite him in the butt, but the evidence that they introduced in this case is so overwhelming in my book. You almost have to say something. You have to offer the jury something, because there's just too much against them. And what you just said about the house, the location, there's zero reasons why that DNA should be in her fingernails. Zero. And you're gonna have to explain that to the jury.
I mean, what? Yes, I did. Here's what. This is the closest I can come up for the defense. Here's your help,
Okay.
Mr. Defense.
All right.
She got my DNA off the letters. I did the harassment, but I didn't do the murder. She was holding the envelope.
Right.
That's where the DNA was. And
maybe it's definitely you say, hey, he had me write her these damning letters because he was obsessed with her. Maybe an affair could be explained. We had a passionate moment one time and things got out of hand. I don't know. I mean, at this point, throw everything at the wall.
Yeah, you can't be at the crime scene when somebody dies. Your DNA should not be there. That's the problem.
And the bike, to me, the bike is what did it for me. Like, your bike was there in the vicinity, and then it was in your car as you drove off. So it paints the picture for me. You parked somewhere random away from the crime scene. You rode your bike to the crime scene.
It would be,
and then you rode back here.
I realize the bike is some strong evidence, but it would be more powerful to me if it was something unique about the bike that was, you could say, oh, it's not just the same model of bike. It's the exact same bike. It has the same bent spoke or, broken fender or missing, one of the reflectors on the pedals or something. I wish there was something like that instead of just like, yeah, it's a black mountain bike.
Now, is the other guy on trial for this as well? The Mello?
Mello's facing some charges. I thought it was conspiracy. I thought it was conspiracy for unaliving, but it might just be conspiracy on the stalking and harassment, which would make more sense because he's out on bond and he has custody of his daughter.
Right. I think he paid that guy to do that. I think this is an inside job where players, even the other guy that was like, no, he's a great guy, the interesting fellow you mentioned. I think they all played a role into this, and I think the guy on trial now is the one who created the act, but I believe he orchestrated this whole thing. That's, to me, I would throw him under the bus. I say, you know what? I was down on my luck on my bills. He paid me and I will fully cooperate on how it happened if I can get a plea deal from the state.
So that is a great point. Why wouldn't Zach flip? Why wouldn't he flip on this? Is this like, hey, I just love this person so much, I'm willing to go to jail for them? Is that what it is?
Right.
Or
I don't know. Family security, hey, your family will be taken care of if you take the fall for this. It happens all the time.
But it's not. Zach's not somebody who needs the money, is in a tight spot, and is just like, I'm destitute. I have to do something. He has the training and skills to be ridiculously wealthy. Okay, to make plenty of money performing.
Yeah, right.
And so,
so I know. Yeah,
this is something he chose, not something he was forced into.
This is true. But we do agree that this has to be a more than one person job. Like, I'm pretty sure Mello had to have something to do with this at some degree. I mean, I can't accuse the man, but at some degree, maybe he has some kind of something.
With the WhatsApp, thankfully, because our messages were so short back and forth, I think we are able to decrypt most of them and see that Mr. Mello has a pretty tough road ahead of him in those conspiracy charges on the harassment and stalking stuff.
Okay, right.
It looks like he's the source of those pictures, possibly took the pictures of Christina when they were together. Those were, they were taken consensually when they were an item, and now they're being presented to make her look bad.
Right.
And then he also created that listing for that fictitious escort service and stuff like that. But
right.
That's what way it looks like.
It's going to be interesting, and I do hope we cover his case when it comes to fruition. Yeah, that's my take on it. I hope he flips on him and says, you know what, he had everything to do with it. He was the mastermind. I carried out his acts.
It's a little late. I mean, the jury's about ready to get this case, especially if the defense doesn't have any evidence. Why would he wait till now? Especially, I mean, was he just hoping that his lawyer would be able to keep the DNA out somehow through objections?
Well, I think they banked on that. I think he fought, not vigorously, but he did try to fight to get that out. And when it didn't work, I think he's going to go back and say, you're going to have to say something. You got to give me something, because by saying nothing, even though they're not supposed to make an instance of it, it looks bad right now. It's really, really bad.
It does.
He's going to have to say something. And it better be, But all right, I'll let you, we're going court hopping, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to go to Judge Daniel Norbeck's personal meeting room here for a minute from something we missed during this trial.
Yeah, I was going to get that take in. Yeah, I think it's more to this story. Yeah.
Interesting. Can't wait for tomorrow. It ends on a cliffhanger. So.
Oh, Lord.
All right. Master Ayden, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Catch you later. All right. Mello is the dad. Mello is the child's dad. Ada. Is it Ada? Is the child. Mello is the dad. Christina is the mom. Christina's dad owns the cigar shop. Christina's sister owns the house where the crime took place. I've got one more call here.
From
Mathis, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I wanted to give an alternative idea. 1 second, I need to mute this. An alternative idea. If it looks like the jury has him dead to rights, maybe this trial story is just crazy enough for the defendant to take the stand and tell his story and make it just completely crazy. Because if you think you're not going to win anyway, you have nothing to lose. So just tell something that's even more out there.
Okay, it's funny that you say that, because this story is just crazy enough that it just might be a lot crazier than we think. It's already wild. But sometimes they say, the truth is stranger than fiction. There might be some crazy explanations for some of what we've seen in some of this case. I don't know what the defendant would get by waiting this long and taking the stand, unless it's just some, long game of gotcha. I just, maybe he wants to out. Maybe he was hoping, I'm going to plead not guilty because I want the truth to come out about what was happening in that house.
Mm-hmm.
Or
and I did think of this like at least halfway as a joke, but I did think, what if he testifies that he was there on an errand by the guy he did the harassment for, and then I realized that she had the bad pictures in her possession, and when he saw that, he went into a murderous rampage, and it's not guilty by momentary insanity.
Or almost like a crime of passion type thing. It's just
I mean, at least you could get this down maybe from first to second degree. You can always fish for jury nullification, but it could get you down to second degree.
If you're basing your defense on the hope of jury nullification, you're right up there with Daryl Brooks as far as as far as the plan goes.
Yeah, but that's true. But again, you have at least a point about the degree of the murder.
Why would he plead not guilty to the other stuff? It just...
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting thoughts, Mathis. I guess we'll see tomorrow. We're going to see if he's going to take a stand in his own defense. If the defense is going to present any evidence. If there are a lot of supporters for him, there's a good chance there's probably somebody who's willing to testify. We'll see if they... I don't know I don't think they would have an alibi right now, because that would have been something they had to disclose to the prosecution. If he has an alibi, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's gonna be epic.
Yeah. And maybe one other question. Like, I was wondering, do we have something coming up that's maybe like less sad? Because I was thinking we had this interesting streak of the husband killing trial, which was admittedly at least a little bit funny because of the Ponzi scheme. And then we had the father killing mother murder and the child murder, and then we have the kidnap, bad pictures, revenge porn, murder for hire trial. And I'm wondering if there's maybe something like that. I mean, here we can at least joke about the overall craziness, but there's like very few good people.
Yeah, it's hard to watch this trial when you have no sympathy for the victim, and everyone's a bad player, right? It's hard. That's been hard in this one. We'll try to find an uplifting murder trial to watch for you.
So far I'm kind of morally neutral on the defendant halfway.
A lot of people have expressed that. I would say that no matter how bad the victim is, it doesn't justify murder. I believe that vigilante justice is not justice. That's just more murder. But anyway, we'll see if we can find a good crime for you.
Which is why he should take the stand and argue that he couldn't realize that it was wrong.
Yeah.
Because if he thinks he's losing, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Mathis, thank you very much. Love talking to you. Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll see you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
All right, we do have some lighthearted. I think lighthearted. Josh has found a little court case that flew under the radar this past week that we're going to jump to really quickly. I think this is it. I think this is the right one. We're going to try this. We're going to be back with this is our palate cleanser. We might have something from Thurston. We'll see. Give me just a second to get this ready. Okay, it's a Zoom court.
All right. We are here on this case file 2500009SC, Altman versus Sweeney. You are both here to engage in a small claims case. What that means is we're trying to do this without attorneys. There are no lawyers involved at this point.
This should be fun.
You're also asking that this not be in front of a jury or anything like that, but be decided right here in front of me. So first things first, if you're both ready, willing, and able to proceed in front of me, the first thing I'm going to do is swear you both in. So if you can go ahead and raise your right hands. Swear or affirm anything you testify to here would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So I don't get too much information ahead of time on these cases, but it seems to me, first of all, the relationship between the two of you were friends at some point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And since then, you've had sort of a falling out or distance. You don't really consider yourself friendly anymore?
No. No.
Okay.
No.
So this lawsuit is because Ms. Altman is saying that there was numerous times where she lent money to Ms. Sweeney and is looking to get that money paid back. I have a dollar amount here, $985. And so I'll start with you, Ms. Altman, where that $985 comes from. I did see your exhibits here that there was cash payments. I have the cash payments somewhere around $550. Does that feel right to you?
Yes.
All right. And then I have another $145.98. That seems to be a receipt for a hotel room paid for.
Yes.
All right. But that is, let's see here.
There's 2 hotel rooms.
Maybe that was what it was. I only saw, I was just wondering how we got to 985 because I didn't quite see all that, but let me look again here.
I think the hotel rooms are 335 total, both of them. The receipt should all be there.
So the lady in the top left loaned money to the lady on the bottom? And now they're not friends, and they're fighting over the money.
2 nights.
Two nights on one and 2 nights on the other.
Yeah, I do think I only do see it as that there's one at the Baymont here. One receipt for essentially. So what was the other? $145.98, and then what was the other hotel receipt?
In total, there was about $335.
All right, so the other one is also about the same amount.
Yes.
Right around like 155 or something like that. All right. Well, I'm sorry, what did you say? 3, how much in hotels? 3, what?
It was about 335.
All right. And that's how we get to 885. All right. And it's, well, I still have that as 885.
And then another 75 for, I'm not sure what, back about 8 months ago, 9 months ago. And the receipt for that is in there as well.
All right. Let's see here.
I think it's
and then essentially what you're saying is, hey, this money, when it was given with the understanding that it would be paid back, not as a gift.
Yes.
And then in your attempts to get it back, things just kind of fell apart. And Miss Sweeney's position is, I don't owe the money back because what, Miss Sweeney?
I have a few reasons. Okay. She thinks she should be paid for friendship.
That's what I saw, but I want to hear it from her.
That is 100% I have voicemails and texts showing that that's the case.
Miss Altman, it's not your turn to talk now. Miss Sweeney, why is it that you would say?
I'm not gonna fight her on the 555. I'm not gonna fight her on that. What I will fight her on is the hotel, because she made me homeless that weekend. She called my mom, engaged with my mother, and my mom kicked me out for a few days. She offered the hotel with the kindness of her own heart. I did not want that because I knew this was going to happen. I've been told repeatedly over the 2 years that I will not make you pay for the hotel. I will not make you pay for the hotel. And now that she's mad at me, she wants me to pay for the hotel. Tiffany has cost me far more money.
But you're saying the actual just transfers of cash, that was to help you out with an expectation that when you were able to,
there was really no expectation to get paid, because she's told me multiple times I don't have to pay. I'm going to do the right thing and be a good human being and pay that back. even though I feel like I don't really need to, because Miss Altman has cost me far more money than $1,000. I'm a contract worker. I use my phone. There has been multiple times that I had to stop working because she would not stop calling me. And I mean like 40 phone calls in an hour, 40 text messages in 2 hours.
Where'd the other lady
Yeah,
go?
well,
like that.
don't get me wrong. I kind of understand.
That never happened.
Here, listen,
Yes,
listen
it
to me.
did.
Listen
Yes, it
to me,
did.
ladies. Do not talk to each other, okay? Essentially, what we don't want to do is get lost going down the rabbit hole of, all the things that were part of the sort of falling out and the not getting along. And I find it a lot easier if we just stick to the hard numbers. So I have basically receipts here of, essentially getting either PayPal or Venmo'd that, $550 worth of cash money. Generally that, I understand where you're saying that is, that's assistance. You used it for whatever purposes you used it for, but it came from her. And then these hotel rooms, who's staying in a hotel?
Me and my daughter.
Just you?
Yes,
Okay.
me and my daughter.
It was also her boyfriend.
No, it was not, Judge.
Okay, listen, which one of you ever addresses the other one sort of directly next, I'm going to start, that's going to start cutting into your credibility, all right? And so that was more of a, hey, I need a place to stay, will you hook me up, or no, an offer of, hey,
it was
I'm
an
gonna pay for
offer
this
of,
hotel.
I did this to you, I will help you, please. I didn't want to
And
take
then-
it because I knew this was going to happen.
And then my other understanding is, as far as me asking you, okay, ladies, when we deal with proof, in other words, oh, here's the text where she said, of course I owe you back for the hotels, or of course I don't owe you back for the hotels, that you're both just going to be telling me that was verbal and not in terms of a text, right?
No, I do have them in text. I just didn't have enough time to get them because it was on my old phone. But it's on, I have text messages, I have audio messages that states that I do, that was the agreement. Also with the $75 that was given in March, I was also told I didn't have to pay that back. Multiple times.
None of that is true.
And how is that? How is the 75 different than all the other times that it was kept? What was that for?
It was because she also put me in a position that I didn't need to be in, and she felt guilty, so she gave me the money. And it was my fault that I took it because everything that Tiffany does for me, I'm just frustrated because I knew she was going to come on.
Let me just ask you a direct question. So the 550 is, okay, the hotels and the 75.
Where's everyone
I've
going?
heard you say it twice. I'm going to let you say that. We don't really need to go down the rabbit hole. But you're essentially saying that money may have come from Tiffany, but it was basically because of something that happened that, that Tiffany was saying, okay, here, let me take care of this. But the 550 is different. The 550 is more like, hey, I need money. Okay, here, I'll give you money.
I asked her, yes. And at the time, I mean, since then, she's told me I don't owe it. I will pay it. I gladly will pay it. I just don't feel like I need to pay for it.
Essentially what's happening here is you guys just got to the point where, you really aren't able to effectively communicate with each other, and you need a third person to step in and just go, bam, all right?
Yeah.
Now, the way this really works is if you really are gifting money and you expect it to be paid back, then by the time we get to court, I expect that the way that you would have handled that, Ms. Altman, is literally to say, here, Nicole, I'm going to give you this money, but I want you to sign this piece of paper that I gave you this money and that you're going to pay me back, all right? That is your lesson for the future, Ms. Altman. Without something like that, then essentially this gets very gray of whether or not you're mad at someone and so you want all the money back that you ever spent on them, or things were set up truly like a gift to be repaid. Because we don't have anything like that,
I provided supporting texts.
Yes, ma'am. And essentially what it was saying is, go ahead and take me to court because you guys had just broken down so far. That's not a contract, ma'am. That's two people mad at each other on text. So my decision, and at this point in time, this is just sort of, listen to me now because we're wrapping up. My decision is going to be that I am going to award $550 in damages. from defendant to plaintiff. Now, here's what I mean by that is that after today, there'll be a judgment that goes to both parties that says, hey, you owe this money to plaintiff. The court doesn't do collections. We are expecting you guys to handle that satisfaction of judgment from one party to another. Those judgments will get sent out in the mail. Now, here's the important part, the right of appeal. Neither one of you has to agree with what I just decided. Miss Altman because she believes more money should be owed, or Miss Sweeney because she believes less money should be owed. Either one of you has the right to appeal this decision and say, I don't agree with that. If you wish to appeal, though, you must do two things. One is you must ask for that appeal within 7 days of today's date. Your ability to appeal my judgment after that 7 days closes and is over. And two, you must actually come in and do that in writing. You can't just call the clerk's office and say, I wish to appeal. So there's a 7-day window here for someone to appeal this, where it would then go to general civil in front of the district court judges. Do you understand your rights on appeal, Ms. Altman?
Yes.
And Ms. Sweeney?
Yes.
All right. Then we are essentially done with what we need to do here today. I don't see that there's any cost involved here because there was a fee waiver to file, and I have this as no service. So I don't know if there was any process server paid, but I don't have anything to show that. So it would just be one-time damages, money judgment in the amount of $550. But with that, ladies, I'm going to go ahead and release you from court. We're all set for what we need to do here today. Like I said, those orders will come out in the mail, but we do expect the parties to be able to handle that amongst themselves. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We expect the parties to be able to handle that amongst themselves. The judge was literally in the middle of a fight. That's all it was, in the middle of a fight. Oh man! So I saw you guys saying, I don't loan money to family and friends. I gift it. That way, there's no expectation of getting it back. Can you imagine if we got mad and Scott wanted our super chats back? Scott was saying gifts are non-refundable. Do I need to put a little asterisk on there? All gifts are non-refundable. Oh man, thank you, Josh, for that little the little lighthearted. It's sad. I will say it's sad because I am a huge fan of communication. Right? One of the things I like on this channel is that we like people to come in who have different opinions than ourselves, and as long as we can be respectful and talk about it, and we can be like, look, at the end of the day, I'm probably not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me, but I'm glad we had this little talk. Let's still be friends. And we can do that as long as it doesn't become personal and heated in the moment, right? So we're never, I'm not calling you names, you're not calling me names, and we're like, oh, thank you, and I'm going to shave my trees to look like this. That's something I did before. I've become better since then, but anyway, it's sad when communication does break down to that level that you need somebody else to step in and be the adult in the room. But sadly, it does happen. Thank you. We hit 1,000 likes. Thank you for whoever's the last liker. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. And Roro just gifted 10 memberships. Roro, thank you very much. You threatened gifting memberships if we had 1,000 likes, and we did. The trees. Yes, the trees. They were at my other house, like the house I lived in before this one. I don't have two houses. I just have the one. See, good people getting gifted memberships. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. We might see. It's a slow day in court because it is a holiday. So a lot of the things that are happening are just. Let's see. I was going to bring this one. Let's see if this is a good one. Hang on one second. We're going to go to Raquel West's courtroom really quickly. Oh. Yeah, I did that right. There we go. Roro, thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. Brandy went to the Daytona 500. That is cool. I heard the same guy won that as did last year. Same driver. Workplace retaliation lawyer in Oklahoma. I don't have a database of lawyers there, but that is an area of law. Like, you know, that I know there's like wage claim judges and things like that. Wrongful termination. You want to find a lawyer that specializes in it. So ask around. I think possibly, I've really become a big fan of this. AI as a research tool. If you have like a premium membership on Twitter, on X, use Grok and say what lawyers in this area specialize in that. And let me see if I can do it. I wouldn't hire somebody just because my AI tool found them, but it might help you be able to find it. What lawyers in the Oklahoma area specialize in worker retaliation cases? Let's see if it'll tell me. OKC injury lawyers, Mazahari law firm. They deal with retaliation and whistleblower. Jeff A. Taylor, PC, legal advocacy for employees facing workplace retaliation since 1994. There's a few out there. There's a bunch. Botcher law firm, employment law. There's a ton out there. Hopefully that'll help. All right. I would say talk to a bunch of them and find one that's right for you. Don't just take my advice because it came up on Google. Let's see. Oh, Chrissy, you're going to go to court tomorrow for the Rose Petal trial. It could be an epic day. Imagine defense comes in and says, we rest. We don't think the state proved their case. They might be a judgment of acquittal. But I'm going to fast forward till something happens in this court. We're sitting here for a long time. So it could be very, very spicy indeed. Here we go. Now she's there. We would have watched that room for days. Back up about a minute. There we go. If you do, follow the rules, and if you can, call and let us know. Dr. Bullbutter, thank you. I appreciate the call. I really like talking to you. Kelly, congratulations. I don't know if this is good or not, but this happened this morning, just a little bit ago. It's one of the few courts that are functioning this morning.
Hold on, that's the wrong thing. Here you go. Here's the docket. Yeah.
We're on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise.
We have a bond forfeiture docket. It looks like there's just one on here. Mr. Price, Mr. Day is here, it looks like. Good morning.
Morning.
All right. This is NACI cause number 24 DCCV 0404. Criminal case 23 DCCR 0068.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the court take judicial notice of the court's bond forfeiture docket.
I will do that.
And we'd ask that the court take judicial notice of both the NECI case and the underlying criminal case.
Okay.
And we'd ask that you enter judgment accordingly. This is the full amount of the bond. The criminal defendant, Mr. Gonzalez, has not been rearrested. And so we're seeking full amount of the bond.
Mr. Day.
All right. Well, I'm not here to tell you that he's in custody.
Okay.
But what I am asking is for more time to try to apprehend the subject. Basically, what has happened in this case, he obviously forfeited in March. We posted bond in March of 23, failed to appear in court in August of 23. We have hired a recovery agent on this. Most recently, and this was as of about a month and a half ago, We went about almost a year, and this case completely dried up. We had no idea where this guy was, and we increased our reward amount from $2,500 to $5,000, and all of a sudden our office got inundated with all these different tips and whatnot. So we had two leads, one leading to Florida and one leading to Nicaragua, where he is originally from, but he is a citizen of the United States, but I guess maybe he's dual citizenship. And we've been in constant contact with his mother, who's also, she originally filed a missing person report on him when he originally, but I think that was a cover because she was covering for him. And she was here last time, and we had to reschedule the lab because we brought her in. Hopefully, maybe she would maybe give us some insight, possibly being in court, maybe give us some insight on where he might be. But she said that we tried to get her to come back today, but she said that somebody the last time told her not to, that she didn't have to be here. So I don't know who spoke. It wasn't anybody from our office because we weren't here, so I'm not sure.
She did briefly speak with us, Your Honor. I didn't mean to interrupt, but she did briefly speak with us. But I mean, we didn't tell her. Said, you're the bondsman. We're not. I mean, well, what we're concerned about is the bondsman.
Right, and that's why we were trying to. That's why we're trying to get her back here to see if we could get more information from her on where a bail jumping warrant has been bail jumping case has actually been filed, and I think one of the first bail jumping cases Jefferson County has filed in a number of years. But right now we're working with the U.S. Marshal because, by the way, our lead left dried up in Florida. We had private investigators following his dad, who we found there for about a week and a half, and they hit the apartment where they thought he was. It wasn't him. So now we're working on the Nicaragua location, and we are working with the U.S. Marshals on that case, trying to get a U-5 warrant to see if we can locate him. We know a location where he may be there, but it just takes time.
But y'all don't
This
have eyes on
bondsman
them or
is chasing.
anything
We do
like
not
that.
have
Hard.
I feel like if there was a better, if you had eyes on them and it was just a matter of we're going through the process of working through getting him here and things like that, that would be a reasonable request. Not that it's not reasonable, but I think with the amount of time that has passed with him being, it was August of 20.
Yeah,
See, I don't have
August
any of
14th
that.
to 23 when he didn't show up for court, and the bail jumping charge wasn't actually filed until May of 2024, about a year, well, no, not quite a year, about 9 months later.
Yeah.
But that was the first one that had been filed, and that was something I've been pressing the DA's office for, and finally we were able to get it filed.
So August of 23, he's been gone since then.
But our most recent leads have just come in within the past 2 months, obviously, because of the reward.
Right.
Increased the reward, so.
And Your Honor, I would note, that's why we moved the bond forfeiture hearing. This was on the docket a month ago or so, and we did move it back because we believed, Mr. Day had relayed that they really thought they had.
Yeah, we thought we did.
Eyes
In
on the
Florida.
prize.
In Florida, we did.
So
Because that's the first we had seen of his father. We didn't even know his dad's name.
Right.
Up until we located him in Florida.
The bondsman doesn't want to lose his
And
bond.
his dad informed us that his mom is the one who paid for him to go back to Nicaragua. But if he went to Nicaragua, he did not go by plane. He would have had to have taken a bus or something else because the marshals have already checked in his passport, and he has not flown out of the country at all. Or crossed the border legally.
Right.
Yeah, back into where he would have to go.
I mean, if you had a specific amount of time that you thought would be reasonable, is there some amount of time that you're asking for?
Well,
Because I can't just leave, I mean, if it's been since
I would
August
only be
of
asking for
23.
another 30 days just to follow the lead in Nicaragua. That would be the only thing I would be asking for is 30 more days just to follow that lead to see if I'm not asking for another 9 months or anything, unless you're handing out 9 more.
No.
But no, I would only be asking for 30
I would be
more
willing
days.
to, I think let's do this, and then this will be it. There won't be, unless there's some agreement between you guys or some real different information, I will reset this matter for 30 days. and then we'll see where we get. But again, if either they do or they don't get eyes on them down there, and then we'll go from there.
Your Honor, I would note, just to remind the court, that there is the option of a special bill of review, which they have after the final judgment is entered. They can still file within 2 years.
Right.
To, if they've done something to actually get the individual apprehended, to come back to the court and ask for some of their money back.
Well, and let's see where we get in 30 days with the new information. If there hadn't been any new leads or information, then I don't think I would be given the time. But since there is some new information, I'll give you that 30 days, and then if he hasn't been apprehended at that point, then I don't see myself doing it again.
Who gets that money?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. Diane, you asked me about my mic. I use the Rode Pod mic. This requires an XLR cable. It's a round 3-pin cable that requires usually a soundboard. You can get the Pod mic in a version that has USB and XLR. It costs an extra $100. I think so. This one's about $100. The one with both is $200. I don't have those ones. I use just XLR. But if you just want to plug it into your computer, you'll need USB, or you'll need like a Scarlett or something like that. You'll need some sort of interface, so we'll take that cable. All right. That was interesting. I've never seen the bond forfeiture hearing like that, where the bondsman is coming in begging for more time to catch the escapee who's run off, and he doesn't want to lose the bond, right? Because that's money that he put up with the court, and if the court says, "Hey, you didn't return the guy, we're taking the bond," yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, we're gonna keep going, watching, and see what's next on this docket for just a minute, see if it gets interesting.
It would be excused.
Yes, thank you. All right, if I call your name, please come forward. Ronald Guillory. Good morning, sir. Are you Ronald Guillory?
Roland Guillory.
Roland, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I think I did that last time.
Yes,
Mr. Guillory, did you get someone hired?
No, ma'am, but I did go around getting business cards because of my unemployment status right now. I wasn't able to hire anybody.
All right, so what happened to your hand?
I was had an accident. I have a metacarpal fracture right here, so my pinky bone is broke, and then my ring finger bone is broke.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, who'd you talk to?
Kyle Walker, Bryce Kimler, and Dustin Galmore.
Perfect. Well, thank you for doing what I asked you to do, even though you're obviously not working right now. I'm going to let you fill out some paperwork this morning to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. The clerk will give you that paperwork. Make sure you fill it out accurately and completely. You're going to swear under oath that it's all true and correct. All right, if you'll step in front of her, she'll give you that paperwork. Lindsay Watkins.
Yeah, that hand didn't look like that was fun at all.
Good morning, sir. Are you Lindsay Watkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Watkins, did you get a lawyer hired?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Mr. Scott Riddick. He was the closest I came to a hiring attorney.
Okay.
But right now, I just don't have that income. I'm a single parent with 4 kids, 2 of them special needs.
Okay.
We stay in a public housing.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm going to do, Mr. Watkins, is let you fill out some paperwork this morning to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. Make sure you fill it out accurately and completely. You're going to swear under oath that it's all true and correct, and then I'll take a look at it. All right, if you'll step in front of the clerk, she'll give you that paperwork.
This is Judge Raquel West.
Shay Morgan.
Sounds like lots of people aren't getting attorneys for one reason or another.
Good morning. Are you Shay Morgan? And Miss Morgan, did you get a lawyer hired?
No, I have talked to that I'm going to talk to, and that's what I work today.
I'm sorry?
I haven't done that yet. I'm moving to Dallas Fort Worth, so I began working in Dallas Fort Worth. I have 3 other interviews for this week.
Did you talk to some attorneys?
I did. I spoke to the Gertz Law Firm, Wilkerson, and James Mason.
Okay, and so you do you think you'll be able to get one of them hired if I give you another reset?
I think I might be able to, just as long as I get this one.
Okay, so you're not working now?
No, I'm not working
Okay.
I'm moving, actually, I'm from Arlington, so I'm moving to Dallasville.
Okay, so do you want some time to try to hire someone, or do you want to fill out some
I
paperwork?
would like some time to try to hire someone, I can fill out the paperwork either way.
Well, I mean, if you think you'll be able to get someone hired, I'll give you another 30 days. See where you can talk to some other attorneys. If for some reason you're still unemployed at that point, make sure that you also bring me some information on jobs that you have applied to, print that out if you're doing it online or whatever, so I know you're trying. Then we'll get you to fill out some paperwork. Okay? Go step in front of the clerk, she'll give you that reset notice. No, ma'am, you can keep that. Thank you, though. Fabian Hall. Good morning, you're Fabian Hall. And Mr. Hall, you've been here a few times. Did you get someone hired?
The last time I talked to you, Mr. Burbank came unavailable, but Mr. Ryan Durst was back out to me, and I got another call from Ms. Marsha Norman to come in for Wednesday to talk to her for the case.
Okay. So you've had 30 days and you have an appointment this week. What happened to the last 30 days?
It was short notice this week.
Short notice for what? When did you call them?
I actually called them. I was waiting on Mr. Burbank to get back with me. Last time I said, and I ended up calling him that following Wednesday. He became unavailable, so I kept trying to figure out different numbers I could actually reach out to. Some of them didn't want to take the case, so they was too busy. But I still reaching out to the same ones I reached out to before.
Okay. So who else did you said you reached out to some others?
This Marsha Norman.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Ryan Durst went back out to me, told me that I could talk to him, but he wanted to be able to talk to me face to face. So,
Are you working?
yes, ma'am. Feds.
All right, I'm going to give you one more reset. You need to get one of them hired, or you need to talk to as many others as you possibly can. You can tell they all charge different.
I don't know. I was got somebody named Duhan and Jones.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's the only two I have.
Okay. Well, see if you can get somebody hired. Again, talk to as many as you can. Bring me those names. Write them down so you remember them when you come back if you haven't hired someone, okay? Step over here and sign your reset. Timothy Horace.
I'm seeing a common theme here of people who do not have lawyers.
Good morning. You're Timothy Horace?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Horace, you were here before, given some time to hire a lawyer. Did you get someone hired?
No, ma'am. Basically, it's income, basically take care of the whole household by myself.
Okay. Did you talk to some lawyers?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to 4.
Who'd you talk to?
Megan Kelly, because Mr. Megan Kelly, Corey Crenshaw, and I got the cards.
Okay. Yeah, look it up. Let me
Just got watched the same day I left.
So you called the day you left court and you haven't done anything since then.
Thomas Kelly, Corey Crenshaw.
Okay. And so where are you working?
I work for Miller and Me. I was at Social Refinement.
Okay. So what's your, you work full-time?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours a week about?
Roughly right now, it's the beginning of the year, so we only get like 38 to 40 a week now.
What do you mean it's the beginning of the year? Why,
Like,
what does that
it
matter?
slows down. Our company slows down like at the end of the year and at the beginning of the year.
Okay,
So roughly, we ain't gonna be really getting like 60 to 70 hours until like August.
What's your hourly rate?
I'm at 21 hours.
I'm sorry, 21?
21.50.
All right. So it's depending on, I mean, I'll let you fill out some paperwork this morning. Since you did what I asked you to, it depends on your income and what all your bills are. It's very important that you fill out that paperwork accurately and completely. Any income you have, any bills you have, you're going to swear under oath that it's all true and correct, and then I'll take a look at it. Step in front of the clerk. Maverick Neal. Good morning. Are you Maverick Neal? Mr. Neal, this is your initial appearance in cause number 24 DCCR 2436. You're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon from October 26th of 2024. Since you've made bond in your case, have you had an opportunity to try to hire a lawyer? Did you already hire him? I saw him walk in. He went to the back.
Ag assault with a deadly weapon. I mean, that could be a car, but bat, gun, knife.
He hasn't filed anything
Frozen salmon.
that you see. Oh, I'm in the case. Hold on, I can look. Mr. Neal, if you'll just have a seat here in the courtroom until he comes back. Michael Spain. Michael Spain.
Uh-oh, bench warrant. Looking to see if we have any other courts we can jump to.
Bond will be forfeited for non-appearance and reset at $100,000. Crystal Simeon.
Just show up is all you need to do. Now you're going to be picked up as soon as the police can find you.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you Crystal Simeon?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Simeon, this is your initial appearance in cause number 23 DCCR 2042. You're charged with the state jail felony offense of theft of property with previous convictions, and that's from January 31st of 2023. Since you've made bond in your case, have you had an opportunity to try to hire a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. I have spoken to a couple. I called Alderman Samuel's office, Ryan Gert's office, and Ryan Matucci's as well. And I've gotten some quotes.
Okay,
Yes,
so good. What I'm going to do, Ms. Simeon, is reset your case for about 30 days to give you some time to see if you can get one of them or someone hired. If you get someone hired before the next court date, just bring the reset notice that you get today to that lawyer. They'll tell you what to do.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't even know what this charge is about. Is there any way I could find out?
Can't answer
today
that
what
question.
It's been bothering me. I don't even know nothing
It's
about
a
it.
theft of property, so it's a theft from January 31st of 2023. Hold on a second.
2023?
And from HEB,
Heb.
from HEB on Dallin Road here in Beaumont, that there was some information or surveillance that you stole property on that date in the amount of $256.99.
That's not.
All right.
That's not just a head of lettuce.
So you need to get an attorney, obviously. And so if you cannot get an attorney before the next court date, then I'm ordering you to visit with at least 3 lawyers. They all charge, you can already tell, they charge different amounts, they have different payment plans. Bring me back the names of the lawyers that you've talked to so I know you're trying, and then we'll discuss your options. If you don't do that, then when you come back, you run the risk of me raising your bond for not following that court order, and you would go back to jail. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you step in front of the clerk, she'll give you your reset notice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on. I'm going to pause her. These lawyers must hate this. Like, why are all these people calling me that I know can't afford my services? They're court ordered to call and get a quote. The lawyers have to hire somebody just to give out quotes because of this judge.
Brandon Broussard.
I did have a lobster story I shared at the beginning of this live stream. It's worth
Good
going
morning,
back
sir.
and
Are you
listening
Brandon Broussard? And did you get someone hired, Mr. Broussard? Speak up, please. Okay, what do you have there?
The long arm of the law reaches from one window to the other.
So have you
That's the paperwork.
started making?
I didn't know how to print out, like, I just printed it out today, but I couldn't print out my payment chart. Like, I had,
How much have you paid?
I got like 1,500 pages.
Okay. So,
But I work with the, out here, I work over there.
where?
By the counter over there.
Okay.
Work with the work like 7 to it. So I should be able to knock it out.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate you bringing that. I'll reset you about 30 more days. You need to make some more payments, or if you get it all paid, great, he'll let us know. If you haven't hired him in total by then bring something that shows me how much you have paid at that point, okay? You'll step in front of the clerk, she'll give you your reset notice.
Everybody's innocent unless they're proven guilty.
Okay.
And he's given me this.
You need to e-file a notice of representation today, please.
I'll try. It's because my secretary's sick.
Okay, everything's got to be e-filed, and so go ahead and give him a reset and have the client sign, what's his name? I'm sorry?
Maverick Neal.
Mr. Neal?
Excuse me, Judge.
Hang on just a second. Let's get him to sign a reset. Yes, sir.
Oh, this day I got court in Hardin County, March 19th. And this is 17th. Is there any way I could keep probably next week after that so I don't have to miss like 2 days of work?
In the same week?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, do the week after that. All right.
Now sign it.
Mr. Neal, I just need you to step over here and sign a reset notice, please. And then, Mr. Doyle, make sure you get that e-filed as quickly as you can so we can get you.
This one's live. This one just started. This is, let's see, Detroit, 36th District Court, 134. COD Law Department just joined. That's a lawyer. P71917. Oh, and we just got him now. It's just you, dude. It's just, oh, and now he's gone too. Nice. Okay, we'll jump back then.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. You're Rayan Leday?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Leday is charged with attempt to commit an assault on a peace officer. And Mr. Burbank, what is the announcement?
I asked for a short recess, 30 days. I've given some information to Mr. Nichols and Ms. Shippers.
I think it'll work out.
All right, so I'll do a normal reset. Mr. Leday, make sure you stay in touch with Mr. Burbank, and he'll let you know when your next court date is. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Galmore.
Shake hands, pat on the back, and off you go.
Mr. Brian Lane. Let's see, Brian. I saw Kevin. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lane, Kevin Lane on Zachary Bradshaw. I see it. Thank you.
It was a weak handshake for sure.
Good morning. Are you Zachary Bradshaw?
Yes, ma'am.
And will your client waive the formal reading of the indictment?
You will, Your Honor.
Don't like when they wave because then we don't get to hear what's happening.
Mr. Bradshaw, in clause number 24, DCCR 1148, you're charged with the second-degree felony offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon from February 23rd of 2024. And how do you plead to that charge? Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you did what they've charged you with? I have here on the computer some documents that have your signature on them, but the state's marked as Exhibit Number 1. Before you signed these, did you go over them with Mr. Lane? Do you fully understand them? And do you understand, if I follow the agreement that you've made with the district attorney, that you'll be waiving or giving up any right to appeal? And it looks like the agreement that you've reached is for a 5-year deferred probation. There would be a $500 fine. There would be restitution in the amount of $3,158, and you would be required to follow all of the other rules and conditions of probation. Is that your understanding? Do you also understand, if you're not a U.S. citizen, that a plea of guilty or no contest may result in your deportation, exclusion from admission to the country, or denial of naturalization under federal law? State tenders number 1.
No objection.
It's admitted. Is there any evidence that Mr. Bradshaw is not competent? All right, sir, I'm going to find that you entered your plea of guilty freely and voluntarily, find that you're mentally competent and you understand the nature and the consequences of that plea, find sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, I'm going to reset your case so that the probation department can do a pre-sentence report. That'll just give me more information about you, your case, and then we'll come back at a later date for sentencing. On your way out of the courtroom today, you need to stop at that desk right over there and talk to probation, all right? All right, we'll see y'all back at sentencing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Guillory? Judge, the bond forfeiture from the initial showed up. Okay. Stand. Mr. Macon, I don't have you on my docket.
Matthew Baxter, Your Honor.
Do y'all show Mr. Macon? If you'll ask Kelly to look it up.
Looking to see if they have some larger hearings.
165.
Once they've got the small stuff out of the way. Can turn it down a little bit. The court's so loud.
Mr. Padgett?
Your Honor, I'm looking on, please.
I'll hold it. Thank you, sir.
All judges do this. They just do it a little bit differently.
It probably was on this docket.
I'm just early.
Better early than late. Let's see. Is Bruce Smith?
I want to thank you very
Mr.
much.
Turk, you've got Ricardo Rodriguez, 2 cases.
Yes, ma'am. We're waiting on the video.
Hang on just a second. Let's get everybody up here.
Do I need to bring him in real quick?
Yeah, they're going to get them. Good morning.
Joshua's
Mrs.
amazing.
Birch, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will truthfully and accurately translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish? So help you God. Yes. Thank you. Good morning.
Let me see
Mr.
if
Coleman.
Boyd's around. Let me see if she's working today. Let's see. Judge Stephanie Boyd. She's not live yet. Don't think Judge Simpson's working either. Judge Cedric Simpson, YouTube. Nope. It's a slow day. It's a slow day. We haven't been to Boyd in a while. We should. Well, I'll keep an eye out. Lobster Tales came at the beginning of the live stream. I did share my experience, my first experience with lobster. I might need a second one because the more I think about it, the more it was like that really wasn't a fair shake. Yeah, good lawyers are expensive. Forced lawyer cost me $10K. Best $10K I've ever spent, says Donald King. It is President's Day. It's a holiday. A lot of the courts are just doing the little court work that's required to keep things running. Did your remote factor into the button count? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 remotes factored into the button counts. Lights, Apple TV, soundbar, and 2 monitors. One's the big one over there, one's the one over here. So they all counted. We counted every button. Yes. Kaylee May. I think I was cheated. Out of lobster. Myron, I was going to work on the bathroom today. We had the shower pan was supposed to arrive, which is when you build the shower, the bottom part that catches all the water, you want that part to be waterproof. You can build it yourself and do like build up and underlayment and waterproofing, or you can just buy one. We decided to buy one, and then we're going to put the walls over the overlap, and it should work right. It was supposed to arrive today, and now they're saying it won't get here till tomorrow. So I can't really do anything else in there until that arrives. Try a really great seafood restaurant and then see what you think. I don't know, Lindsay, if you guys can Google the Greenville, North Carolina area, which seafood restaurant is good. I thought Red Lobster was going to be good, but I've since demoted them from that category. Nothing more in the rose petal case today, right? It's a holiday. It's not going to start, Daphne, until tomorrow morning. 5 remotes, and you fix the camera by hand. That camera does not have a remote. This one. This one has a remote, but it's like upstairs in the box the camera came in. So I did not count that one. It only has like one button. It's just like a shutter, remote shutter. Let's see. Lindsay's going to do some research for me. Baybars, I am the builder. I'm the builder, and I'm not a builder. So I didn't know. I'm struggling just to keep things square and not doing a good job on that. So it's already, everything's a little bit crooked in there. And so now everything has to be installed crooked. I have the opportunity to build new walls around the shower, which I'm going to do because we're going to take out that window. There's an outside window in the closet over there that needs to just go. So we're going to take that window out, fill that in, I don't know, with what, putty? I don't know how you fill in a window, what you do. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I guess we put boards there and nail wood over it and then siding or something. But the window comes out and we have to build the frame around where the shower is going to be. And that, when I build that frame, that has to be square because the shower is square inside there. But let's see. Do they make a remote for husbands? They make one, but the batteries are super expensive. Should have done Texas Roadhouse. Do they do lobster? Build framework. Right. I need to do that with straight wood this time. We have a place called the Juicy Crab. The Juicy Crab is seafood. I don't think they do lobster though. They do crab and like clams and mussels and that sort of stuff. I don't think lobster. Maybe they do. I got some crab boil from them when my mom was in town, 2 years ago. We splurged because she likes crab. I did not try it. So you're a red-green builder? I don't know what that means, but it's pretty bad. Whatever I am. Need a walk-in shower. May I ask how much it costs? That's the problem. We built the area and we said we're just going to have the shower be this size. Now we try to find the shower that size. They're like, yeah, that's going to be $3,000. And we're like, well, we're not doing that. So they're expensive. I'm pretty sure I cannot do tile because I've never done tile. Well, I've tiled one shower before, but it was not mine, and I feel bad for the guys whose house it was. I'm not good at tile work. So let's see. Instapot crab boil or Instapot lobster? Can you do lobster in Instapot? All right. Did he fail miserably, Tracy Lynn? Because if so, that would be me. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody just jumping off the page with cool restaurants in the Greenville area that serve lobster. Shrimp boil in Instapot. Can you text me your recipe, Kelly? To the burner phone? And be specific, like this many of this size shrimp, peeled, deveined, whatever, because I know none of this. Write it in big letters with crayon if you have to, because I need all the help I can get. No, I want crawfish. Well, red lobster might be where you need to go, Joyce. Tile's a work of art. It's fun, though. Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate that. Go to work. prank call. Hang on. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, sir. This is Michael from Accident Claim Solution. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Michael.
Okay, sir. God bless you. Basically, I am here to help you get the compensation amount you involved in a car accident past 2 years. Is that correct?
You said basically your competition, what?
Sir, I said, do you had a car accident?
Did I have a car accident? Like 3 of them.
Yeah.
I guess 4 if you
yes,
count.
sir?
Because 1, there was 2 cars, and the other 2, there was just 1 other car.
Sir, I just asking you, do you had a car accident?
Yeah, like pretty
Yes
much
or no?
every time I drive, I wreck. I'm a terrible driver.
No, sir. Yes or no?
Every time. I've had lots of them. I'm not going to tell him that. Yeah, he wanted to record my voice saying something. He wanted me to say this word right there. It's hard not to say it. Has been a while since we got a real human. But did he say a competition? Oh, compensation? I thought he said competition. I said yeah, and I think yeah they don't know what yeah means. Publix will steam a lobster tail for free. Is it just ready to eat then? Like, can you snack on it as you're walking out of the store? Shmoopy, they're calling from another part of the world where at night it's actually their daytime. I know that's not what you're asking, but yeah, I think they're out of the country. Come to Cape Cod. We catch the lobsters, put them tight in the pot from the ocean and enjoy. Put them right in the pot from the ocean and enjoy. Best lobsters ever. What's happening? Court ended for the day is what's happening. It is a holiday. It's President's Day, so we were sort of just talking about lobsters and things that don't matter. You have to dip it in melted butter. The grocery store will cook your lobster. So is this like you go and you look at the fish tank and you see, I want that one, and they'll take it out and just right then whoosh, in the pot? And if so, what do they do with the rest of the lobster if they just do the tail? Publix will do it, or Low Country Boil. Do you have to like call ahead and schedule? Oh, Roro says Mayflower Seafood Restaurant in Greenville. Mayflower. I've never even heard of that one. Mayflower. Popped right up. Okay, they look like a chippy. Also, they do ribs, apparently. Where's the menu? Man, I need glasses to read the menu. Mozzarella sticks, fried pickle chips. So far, so good. Do some clam chowder. Don't like that. Oyster po' boy, shrimp po' boy, grilled fried chicken sandwich, cheeseburger, bacon. This is the place. Salad, steak, pastas. Okay. Oh, here we go. Grilled platters: flounder, whitefish, trout, catfish, tilapia, popcorn shrimp, salmon, jumbo or popcorn shrimp scampi, scallops. I don't see the lobster anywhere. Daily specials. Okay, they literally sell everything but lobster. I can get a whole flounder. Skinless baby flounder and popcorn shrimp. That sounds terrible. Skinless baby flounder. Who thought of that name? Deviled crab. No lobster. Lobster might be seasonal. When is it in the season? Hook and Reel Cajun Seafood and Bar. We've gone from court watching to shopping for restaurants. Menu. Cajun Seafood. It looks like more like a deep fry place. Snow crab. Lobster party. Oh, $110. 2 lobster tails, 2 snow crab clusters, head off shrimp, 2 pounds, served with 1 piece of steamed corn on the cob. Hang on. $110 and you get 1 piece of corn on the cob and 2 steamed potatoes. That is, for $110, I realize you've got lobster and snow crab in there and shrimp, but I would expect more corn. I want a few. Yeah, that's a ripoff. Hook and Reel. Corn on the cob. It's $1.50 per side. $110. You throw an extra, at least give you two pieces of corn. All right, not a fan of the corn, so doesn't worry. Sounds reasonable. $110. That's a lot of dough. Raleigh's about an hour and a half from me. Cousin's Maine Lobster. Corn is the issue. No, I just saw that of all the things, they've got lots of expensive stuff in there, and then they skimp on the cheap one. $110 for 2 people. That better be like, that better feed me for the day. That's a lot of money. Here's the problem, and maybe this is too much information. Personally, I am happy to eat oatmeal for breakfast. Bacon, sausage, eggs, French toast, pancakes, they're all good. But oatmeal is just as good for me. And so I have a hard time spending a lot of money on something really fancy to eat when I would be just as happy with, a cup of Quaker Oats. So it makes it hard for me to spend a ton of money on a dinner. Summers are good for lobstermen. They migrate to the shores for warmer waters. Yeah. You'll get more lobster there than red lobster. Good. No crawdads then. Have your kids start a lobster boat. I had oatmeal for breakfast this morning. I loved it. Put a little bit of brown sugar on it. Just called it good. No onions, no raisins. Why did I say onions? People who put onions in oatmeal are bad people. No raisins. Just a little sugar. At this point, may as well go to Buc-ee's. Josh says, check the mod chat. Might have one more thing here. Hmm. 6 hours, 10 minutes, 24 seconds. Let me see if I can find this one. Josh, this is way, way, way back. I think we streamed this one. I think we did this one. It shows I viewed it already. I need some grits, not an oatmeal. Oh, Melrose. I'm sorry. Prayers for you. Hope treatment is an option and works for you there. It's disgusting. Raisins. I'm not a big fan of raisins either. I'm okay if you add raisins to like oatmeal cookies. That's fine. That's the only way I like them cooked. But if you're going to add raisins to the oatmeal, for heaven's sake, don't like steam them and make them like wilted grapes. I want a raisin that's like firm, like straight out of the box where they've been sitting for like a year and gone like nice and hard. I want the raisin to have like a bite to it. I don't like just eating grape shells. Market Street, Utah. No way, oatmeal only in cookies. I'm just a picky eater. I don't think I am. I try all sorts of stuff. It's just when I'm the one choosing, I go with something that I know is good, like vanilla ice cream. I like vanilla. I'll go with vanilla ice cream. If someone else brings the ice cream, I'm like, oh, I'll try that. Rocky Road sounds good. You know, what is it? Cow patty? Cow patty ice cream from some of the creamers around here make that. That's actually pretty good. It's chocolate, just for the record. But nothing worse than a chocolate chip cookie that turns out to be raisin. That's bait and switch. Yeah. All right. Here's the deal. It's a holiday. It's 1 o'clock. It's lunchtime. We're going to wrap up for the day because that cow poop. It's the same color, but it's actually chocolate and it's ice cream. There's like Moose Tracks ice cream. It's the same idea. We're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up for the day. We will be back tomorrow, all caught up in this trial. So we will be no more spoilers alerts needed. We're gonna be all caught up, and the state has rested. The state rested on Friday, so defense picks up if they want to with an opening statement first of all, because they've reserved the right to do that. They have not given their open yet. Then they would present any evidence. The defendant may or may not, is more likely, testify in his own defense. And then the jury looks like they're going to be getting this next week. So this will go to jury soon. So we'll have to start being on the lookout for new court cases we can follow, assuming this one has a quick verdict, which I think it will. I'm just saying, I think this one will be quick. I shall continue cleaning. So, all right, sounds good. Gonna go back to see what you missed. If you missed the lobster story, that's the beginning of this live stream. I think right after we sing the happy birthday song. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live tomorrow morning, about 8:30ish, I think. About 8:30, somewhere around there, 8:30, 8:45-ish. Should be good. We'll see you on the flip side. Take care. Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks to our amazing mods, each and every one of you. I appreciate what you do, and all of you. Thanks for being here. This wouldn't happen without you here, so I appreciate it. It's the best job in the world. I love what I do, and it's because of you all. I love court, but it wouldn't be the same without you here. So We'll see you guys tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. Buckle up for that one. Don't be late.